straight into it. Let's get straight into it. So I want to get into the chat as quick as we can, as soon as we can, talk to you guys. So I've got the little breakdown here, the official preview as to what's going to be on the show. So Logan Paul is going to be on the show tonight. Now, he, of course, is going to have a match at SummerSlam. I don't think anyone will be surprised by that. Don't know if he's going to be at Money in the Bank, though. We could be setting some up for SummerSlam tonight. I mean, the fact he's on the show means that we're doing something, right? But are we doing something for setting up SummerSlam? Or is he going to be added to Money in the Bank? Or what are we doing, right? So we're going to find out with Logan. Personally, I hope it's something for SummerSlam. And I'm hoping that it's going to be the start of some sort of feuds that's going to lead to SummerSlam. But as we said, we'll find out more tonight. I haven't actually heard any rumors. I haven't seen any reports. Haven't seen any rumors. Haven't seen anything regarding Logan Paul as to what could be happening there. But Logan Paul tonight. As well as that, we've also got, and this is what's really exciting me, the Seth Rollins Open Challenge. So Seth Rollins Open Challenge. I believe we are in the Miz's hometown, home state. So I am wondering if there is a chance that the Miz might answer that open challenge. I think whoever answers it is losing, because we know that Seth fights tomorrow against Bron Breakker at Gold Rush NXT. So if you haven't been watching NXT, then you might want to check it out tomorrow, because it is a big couple of weeks for NXT. We've got championship matches everywhere. We've got Seth Rollins defending the world's heavyweight title. So this is why we're thinking he won't lose tonight. Obviously, he's got a match coming up with Finn by the looks of things. We've got a match against Braun coming up by the looks of things. So it doesn't make sense for him to lose tonight. Doesn't make sense for him to lose on Raw. Doesn't matter, right? Because it can still be a banger, right? It can still be a banger. And in all fairness, whoever wins can still go on to face Braun tomorrow, can still go on to, defend the title going forward. So it can be done, but I just don't think it will be done. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be a lot of fun. Whoever answers it, I'm sure it's going to be a banging match, and that's something to look forward to. As well as that, we've also got a qualifying match. We're going to find out who the final woman is going to be for Money in the Bank. Now, we did a video afterwards regarding Money in the Bank, and I think we could end up doing it tonight as well. We did it last week because we know the 6 men that are in Money in the Bank. So I did a video talking about who I think would win, right? We could do that tonight, because by tonight we will know the 6 women that are in Money in the Bank. The final spot is either going to be taken by Raquel Rodriguez or Trish Stratus. And honestly, I don't know which way it goes, because Raquel is someone that WWE is very, very high on. Very high on. So we could absolutely go with Raquel. Trish is a legend. There's obviously a big feud going on with Becky. So we could absolutely put Trish in Money in the Bank. Trish is a bigger name. It might help with pay-per-view buys and people tuning into the show if Trish is on the show rather than Raquel. So, there's an argument for going either way here. To be honest, I really feel like both should be added. I really feel like maybe we get a draw. I don't know. There's no way that Raquel should miss Money in the Bank. There's no way she should miss Money in the Bank. If I could pick one, I would pick Raquel, because I think she's a massive future star. I think she is a future potential WrestleMania main eventer. I think that she's big. She can talk. She's very confident. She hasn't quite found her voice. She's a bit smiley. She's a little bit too happy and nice, and we haven't learned much about her. So we kind of need to get a few depths, a few levels going. But really, she hasn't been on the roster that long. She has had some good little matches, actually. Great matches against Ronda. Really enjoyed some of the championship matches she's been involved in. She's also obviously, I think, like a 2-time women's tag team champion as well now. So she really is a bright future, a big future star. I really think she should be in Money in the Bank. But then you've got Trish, and Trish is Trish. So, yeah, that was quite interesting. I don't know which way it goes. I feel like because of the Becky feud, Trish might have the nod. I think they probably had plans for Trish to be involved. I don't think they had plans for Raquel because Raquel's meant to be in a tag team with Liv, but Liv got injured. So I would say 60-40. Trish wins it, but it could be a draw, and we could chuck both in. I'd do that, actually. I'd do that. I'd find a way of making it a draw and chucking both in. So we got that. We've got Natalya taking on Rhea. Some sort of rematch. I really can't remember why. But it's that match going on tonight. I don't think it's for the title. I'm trying to remember if they announced it was for the title. Don't think it is. But Rhea against Natalya. It's always good to see Rhea in action, isn't it? So looking forward to that. We've got Matt Riddle taking on Ludwig Kaiser. I love the way she pronounces his name. So Matt Riddle against Ludwig Kaiser. Obviously, Riddle's involved in a feud with Imperium. He's been feuding with him for a few weeks. So it looks like ultimately he'll get a match against Gunther. So, yeah, we got that. And then also, final one that I'm aware of, we've got Shinsuke versus Bronson Reed. Now, this has been a little feud that's been rumbling for a while because Bronson Reed wants to be in Money in the Bank, doesn't understand why he can't be added, even though he lost his qualifying match. He feels like he deserves to be there. So he's been feuding with Ricochet. He's been feuding with Nakamura. Both of those are in Money in the Bank. I don't know if Bronson Reed finds a way of being added or if this is just a way of using him at the moment. But he's also a surprise, I suppose, that he's not in Money in the Bank. But without being disrespectful, he is a bigger guy. And I don't know how quickly he's going to be able to climb a ladder. So he is someone that I don't know would win Money in the Bank. I suppose if like everyone was down and he had a bit of time, then he could climb up. But, you know, it's Bam Bam Bigelow, Vader, Mabel, Yokozuna. They weren't really built for ladder matches. So Bronson Reed's, I don't know if this is his kind of a thing. With ladder matches, I associate it with high flyers, aerial ability, speed, all that kind of stuff. I will say Bronson's actually got some of those attributes. He's actually not bad in the air. He's actually quite quick as well. But I don't think they've got him penned down to be the winner. But it'd still be cool if he got added. I wouldn't have a problem with him being added. I think, again, maybe not as big a prospect as Raquel. I think Raquel can go further than Bronson. Just because I think Raquel's got a real size advantage over a lot of the other women. Bronson is big and imposing, but there's quite a lot of big and imposing people. You know, you turn around, you see Omos. You turn around, you see Brock Lesnar. I mean, all of a sudden, you're going to feel that little bit smaller, aren't you? So Bronson's, I don't know that he'll get quite as far, but I like him. And I hope that he still gets included in the match. So that is how Raw is looking tonight. And as we said, I think there's plenty there. I think the fact that we get to see an open challenge by Seth, I think that's really exciting. The fact that Bronson, Rhea are going to be competing. Raquel against Trish, which I think is quite tricky to call. Logan being on the show doesn't do it for me. But I know that he's very popular with the kids. So I'm sure the kids are going to be very excited. Little something for everyone here. Little something for everyone this week. So that's our quick rundown, our quick breakdown as to what we can expect from Raw. As I said, I wanted to jump into the chat ASAP. K-Pop Lover said, what happened to Omos? I don't think anything happened. I'm not aware of any injuries or anything like that. Is the last time we saw him WrestleMania? I don't know if we've seen him since then. I'm not aware that he's picked up an injury. I haven't seen any rumors that he's picked up any injuries. A lot of it, to be honest, can just come down to creative. I seem to remember last year he was away for quite a good chunk of time. Because, to be honest, with Omos, it can be a bit tricky to know how to use him. And actually, the best way to use him is sparingly, because he is an attraction. He is someone really that is not a workhorse week in, week out, is not someone that, you know, you want to overexpose. If you think about Andre, the way that Andre was booked back in the day was that he used to go around all the different territories. So he would come in for like a week or two, and then he'd be gone, and he'd be off to a different place. So if you was in Florida, you would see Andre, like, I don't know, once a year, and he would come in for a few weeks, and then he'd be gone because he would have gone to Canada, or he would have gone to Texas, or he would have gone to Australia, or he would have gone to New York, or he would have gone to the Carolinas, or he would have gone over to California, or, you know, he was just constantly on the move and constantly in demand around the world. He spent a lot of time in Japan. So Andre was able to stay special because he wasn't overexposed. And that's something that I think really showed through with Big Show. If you think Big Show, it was massive. I mean, he was huge. But we just saw him week in, week out. We got familiar with him. We got familiar. And he didn't feel quite as special. I mean, you know, some of the stuff we did with him was demoralizing. And honestly lowered his value. So, yeah, I feel like I'm all right with not seeing Omos all the time. I think just bring him in when you need a monster. If they could sort, I don't know what the agreement is with Omos. I can't imagine they're paying him loads of money. Because to be honest, he is on the main roster. But what else is he going to do? You know, he's not going to make it in basketball. Seemingly not got that skill set. He's not going to make it in American football. He ain't going to do gymnastics or anything else. So I kind of feel like this is probably his calling. This is probably like he's in the right place. And so, yeah, we don't need to be trying to make him the greatest wrestler in the world or trying to make him a main event star. Just, you know, mid-cards, monster. You know, the kind of person that if a faction needs an extra person, an extra set of hands, or a Survivor Series team, or someone needs a tag partner, or there's a mid-card heel that's running amok and out of control, and we need some monster to put him back in his place. He's such a good asset to have. He's such a good, he's a good person to have on the roster, even though he might not get the fans' hearts racing. There are definitely things you can do with him. Mitchell, shout out to you, says, Jim said, I expect Omos to do ballet. I mean, I would go, in all fairness. I would definitely buy the ticket. So, Mitchell said, I hate that they announced the Seth Finn match already. For me, it really devalues the open challenges and the Braun challenge. Finn should have said he wants a match only if Seth can make it to Money in the Bank as champion. Yeah, I mean, I don't really disagree with that. I think there's ways to do it. I think it's fine doing it this way as long as you make it very, very clear that there is a contingency plan. So if you can let the fans know that, okay, Seth's going to be defending against someone tonight. Whoever wins tonight will face Bron Breakker tomorrow. Whoever comes through that will go on to face Finn. Finn is guaranteed a title match, a title shot, right? It's not necessarily against Seth, but right now it's Seth. But it might end up being Bron Breakker. It might end up being whoever wins the open challenge tonight. And actually, the other thing that you could do, and maybe should do, is you should do exactly that situation and have the champion, Seth, lose. So I'm not saying do it now, but I'm saying that in the future with this title, because it's the workhorse title, so I feel like we're going to be in this position quite a few times where we're going to defend. We're going to have to set up matches in the future whilst defending in open challenges, whatever, right? Apparently this is what we're doing. This is the workhorse title. This is not Roman, who defends once in a blue moon and doesn't defend until he gets to his pay-per-view match. This is, I think, the way this title is going to be going forward. So if that is the case, I think it would make sense to have Seth lag. There we go, we're back. My router just shut down. Don't know. Well, I don't know if it shut down, but it just turned off. But we're back anyway. So yeah, the point I was making was when we're in this position in the future, do it. Have an open challenge person win. And then we're like, well, hang on. He's meant to be defending against Finn at the pay-per-view. Yeah, it's changed. He's meant to be defending against Braun. Yeah, it's changed. It's Miz against Braun now. Miz against Braun. Yeah, well, he beat him. I would do that. So that fans constantly don't know and are constantly like unsure as to which way things are going to go. So yeah, I agree. I think there's ways of doing it though. I think you can still do this, but you've just got to be like really clear that the title can change hands. So Mitchell, really appreciate the support, dude. I hope you are well and looking forwards to Raw. Aaron says, got lots of woe tonight. Hope you're well. Get ready for lots of what? what? See, when I read that, oh, got ya. Okay, just clicked. When I saw it, I was like, whoa. I was like, does he mean woo? And I was like, but Charlotte's not on the show, and neither's Ric Flair. What's woe? And I was trying to run it through my head, and then I was like, oh, God, yeah. Then the penny dropped. So, yeah. To be honest, I mean, like, yeah, good point. Good point. I don't know. I just have to stay quiet, don't I? That's what it is. I've had a word. I want you all to know. I've had a word with myself, okay? I sat myself down and I was like, listen here, Boomer, right? It's just people having fun. That's all it is. It's hard-working, wrestling fans that have paid their money, going to a show, that are singing along to Seth's theme. They want to have a good time. Like, just let it be what it is, right? Let it be what it is. I don't like it, right? I can't help it. You can't help not liking something. I don't like it. I don't mind them singing it when he's coming out, right? I get it. But when it then bleeds into the segment and the crowd are hijacking the show, I can deal with that when it's the Raw after WrestleMania, because I think that's the show for that, right? That's the show for that. Hijacking the show, the crowd kind of being a bit more of the focus and, chanting away and beach balls and songs that go on too long and, weird chants and all this kind of stuff. That's Raw after WrestleMania, and it's special and we love it. And WWE should actually do better with it, to be honest. Right? It's been a good few years since we had a good one. Not the crowd's fault, right? WWE just don't stack the show like they used to. For me, that's that show, right? I wouldn't want to watch that every single week because it literally gets in the way of the show. It derails segments. Like the wrestlers can't quite get into a flow. They can't quite get the words out. Like all the time that the crowd are singing is taking time away from the segment. And so you're getting less segment time, less promo time. Like they can't get into the rhythm, into the back and forth. I suppose I can associate with it because whenever I'm streaming and I'm talking, if ever I've got technical problems, right? If ever we've got some lag or something, I know how difficult it can be to try and have a conversation and continue a trail of thought whilst having like red lights flashing at you and things happening. Right? It's very, very difficult when you've got things going wrong and things crashing down for you to try and remain on track and continue with your trail of thought. I can completely sympathize with that, having streamed so many times and had so many technical difficulties. I know the challenge that can present. So I sympathize with how difficult it must be for the wrestlers to go in there knowing they need to do a promo, knowing what that promo is, knowing what they want to say, and then having to react to the crowd that are like, continuing to sing that song and sabotage the segment. And, you're trying to figure out how am I going to get them to be quiet so that I can get this bit out. I need to hit this. I need to say this. And I really do sympathize. That is their problem to work out though, isn't it? It's not my problem for them to work out. It's their problem for them to work out. If you're in a segment with Seth, this is now something you are going to have to consider in advance. You are going to have to think to yourself, what can I do that's going to give me... If you're a heel, I would imagine that it would be quite easy because you could just berate the crowds or lay into the local sports team, which would stop them from singing the song and it would get them to boo, right? Now, once you've got them booing, it's going to take them a second to get back to the song. Some people might be distracted enough whereby you can then say something which then takes it in a different direction, right? And moves away from the song. But this is something you'd have to think in advance. It's something you'd have to think in advance. I mean, I would probably go sports team road if I was a heel. But the thing is, if I'm a face, I don't know what I would do. If you're a face, if you're in the ring with Seth and you're a face, you can't really afford to cut the crowd off because that's not really a face thing to do. So you've got to try and find a way of creating some room for yourself without being offensive to the crowds, without ruining their fun. But equally, you've got a job to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's something you need to do. There are things you need to build up, hype up. You either need to promote a match or you need to set up something for later in the show, or, you know, there's a reason for you being out there. So, yeah, I really sympathize with them. I really sympathize with them. It will actually be quite interesting. This is something that I think if you are a fan of wrestling, or even if you're not a fan of wrestling and you're just tuning in, like, you know, for this week or whatever, watch that segment, right? The crowd will sing, and there is a chance that they will continue to sing, right? There's a chance that not only will they sing, but they will continue to sing throughout the segments. If that happens, watch what the wrestlers say, how they are able to manipulate the crowd, or at least what they're trying to do, how they're trying to take it in a certain direction. That's how I'm going to play it now. Rather than going, oh, I can't believe this crowd, moan. I'm going to instead sit back and see, how do they deal with it? How do they deal with this? What is it that they say? You know, do they lay into a local sports team? Do they... I don't know. I don't know what they do. Do they put, like, you know, Miz might do the old, when my hand goes up, your mouth goes shut. That's a classic that he likes to bring out, right? Which then gets the crowd booing. If you stop them singing and they start doing something different, say booing, it will take them a moment before the crowd, because it's not one person, is it? It's a whole load of people. So for them to get back into the song, it might take them a moment. That moment might just be enough for you to say something that can then at least draw people in and take them out of the mindset of, I've got to sing the song. So, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how the wrestlers deal with it. Mitchell said, I can't stand Seth's theme. It damages everyone else. I keep wanting to say Seth's song is over, not so much Seth himself. Yeah, I do think Seth's over. I do think Seth is popular. I do think that he's one of their biggest stars. I would never say he wasn't. I think I agree with you that I see people on Twitter, and I do find Twitter a very frustrating place. I've really learned to hate Twitter. I just really don't like it. I don't know. I really don't like it. It's I think since I've started going on to TikTok more, because the thing with TikTok is when you're on TikTok, you get a video recommended to you, and if you like it, you can sit and watch it. If you don't like it, you just move past it, right? The whole comments and everything, they're really hidden away. I mean, you've got to be clicking on them to bring them up and read them. Most people that go on TikTok are just looking at the videos, right? I really don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe there is a culture of people that read comments. I don't. I just go on, just scrolling through whatever. That's clearly not Twitter. And with Twitter, you just get exposed to a lot of text, a lot of thoughts, a lot of things which, you sit and read And you just think that, I mean, a lot of stuff which I just think is wrong and just nonsensical and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know. You never know who's behind it, do you? There could be a lot of kids that are on Twitter. There could be a lot of people that are new to wrestling that's on Twitter. There's a lot of hot takes which I just think are really, really wrong. They're just not right. And there's been a lot of people talking about how over Seth is, using this theme song as a reason to talk about how over he is. I agree. I don't think this is an indication as to how over he is. This is not Seth going through an amazing period in his career, in-ring wise, promo wise, right? The connection with the fans, all that kind of stuff. He's in a good place. He's been in a good place for a while. And he's a top star, but the singing of the song is no reflection as to how much they love his character, right? You could give that song to someone else and they would still sing it, right? They would still be into it. So I agree with you. I do think he's over, though. I would never say he's not over, but there's no way you can't start using how involved fans are with theme songs to correlate to how popular and over they are, right? It doesn't work that way. It's just not how it works. So, wrestling fans have always loved joining in with singing songs or catchphrases or certain chants and things along those lines, right? Fans will always, anything that involves them, anything that's going to allow that kind of audience participation, that is something that wrestling fans will always gravitate towards, right? So it's just not a barometer for how over you are, right? I can understand WWE presenting it that way because, listen, they're cheering, chanting, singing. Use it. Yeah. Wow. Look how popular Seth is, right? Whoa. But I completely agree. I think there's been quite a few occasions in the past where people have had like catchphrases and, think about Fandango, for example, where the crowd are like Fandangoing away, right? Dancing away and everything. Was that a massive reflection of Fandango, or were people just enjoying Fandangoing? Because I would argue that that character didn't stick around all that long. And I would argue that the crowd just really enjoyed Fandangoing. So, as I said, there's been examples in the past of this. And I agree. I don't think there's any indication of how over Seth is. But he is over. We'd be wrong to say he's not over and that he's not popular. My favorite is the cheap sats suck chant. Cheap sats suck. Seats. Oh, right. Got you. Inside Out and Again, Sami is a happy accident. He was never supposed to be as over as he was. That was amazing. Sami getting over has been one of my favorite things I've seen in the past. Well, probably since Daniel Bryan, to be honest. AJ coming in was pretty cool, though. AJ coming in was really cool. But I think Sami getting over has just been easily of this kind of generation, this period, one of my absolute favorite things. So special, so organic, and you can really understand why his segments were so funny, so entertaining. The way that he was getting the Usos to crack up, Jay trying not to, but he would. The kind of, you could say overreacting sometimes in his segments, but they just were endearing, I mean, like when he gets given the honorary Usher and it's just the greatest thing that's ever happened to anybody in the history of ever, right? And his face lights up and he just grabs a hold of Roman, hugs him tight, and he's like, I acknowledge you. And he's all like turned up to 11. I mean, yeah, so good. It is so, so good. He gave everything, didn't he? He gave everything. He showed what he is capable of if you give him really good content, really good scripting, really good stories. Sami just kills it. I mean, one of the best storytellers on the roster. Someone that I want us to get back to something. It doesn't feel like we're in anything. Well, I suppose there is an interesting thing going on at the moment with Kevin Owens overreacting. We don't quite know where that's going to lead. So that could go somewhere interesting. But I would love for Sami to be in another Bloodline type-esque story. I'm not talking about the exact same thing. I'm just talking about him being in a story where he can have those kinds of reactions, where, you know, he can be put in those kinds of situations. Not exactly the same, but those kinds of situations, because he's just shown he can kill it. He can kill it and just get himself so over. So over. So, yeah, a happy accident there with Sami, and loved it, though. Brilliant. James said, I got suspended from Twitter for 24 hours. All I did was troll Hunt for telling a wrestler they should have overdosed. As well, mate. It's good to see that Twitter's got its priorities right, though. It's good to see Twitter's got its flipping priorities right. It's, honestly, I get the point of Twitter, but I very rarely do I come off Twitter feeling better, like feeling like I've spent that time in a worthwhile way, right? Rarely do I come off thinking that was worth it. That was worth being on Twitter. I really enjoyed that. I mean, I enjoy TikTok. I know that Jim keeps laying into me about it because they're owned by China and all that. But as I said, I mean, I saw a video where there was a woman. She opened her back door. There was 8 foxes waiting. And she was like, hello, my lovelies. And she went, how many are there? 8 of you. Here we go. And she just threw 8 sausage rolls out to them. They each grabbed them, ran off into the hedges. It was amazing. That was lovely. That was lovely. I mean, honestly, if that's what China and Russia are doing to try and win me over, it's working, right? Because I am a stickler for foxes getting sausage rolls. That's what I've learned. That's what honestly, I fully support it. They were so happy. God bless them. Imagine that, opening your door. You got 8 foxes waiting for you. I mean, not not with baseball bats, but just like because you've, that could be a problem though, because I can't imagine she's got a never ending supply of sausage rolls. But, I did come away from that video going, do you know what? That made my life better. Whereas I don't think I ever felt that way with Twitter. So, yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. Sami without Bloodline has got no character to build, says Matt. That's interesting. Yeah. I suppose, we know a bit about him. So we know he's a good person. We know he's a family man. We know that he's loyal. There's things that the Bloodline story has kind of helped introduce us to in regards to Sami, which we can definitely lean on and use as we go forwards. But it's right. I mean, you've got to put him in some situations to get the reactions, and we're not really putting him in any situations. I mean, at the moment, he's just kind of bobbing along, isn't he, really? He's bobbing along, defending the titles. He's got a hothead for a friend, which definitely feels like that's leading somewhere. There's a reason as to why you would have Kevin Owens reacting the way that he's reacting, because you've got a plan for it to lead somewhere and go somewhere. And so it's going to be interesting to see kind of what comes of that. I don't know if Kevin Owens is going to turn on him. I don't want Kevin Owens to turn on him. I think that has been done to death. I think that has been done so many times now. Them friends, they're not friends. They're friends, they're not friends. He turns on him. He turns on him. We have a match. They're back together. No. Like, there's got to be something different we can do. There's got to be something different. So I don't know where it's going. I ideally don't want it to lead to Sami against Kevin or, go down that road again. Hopefully they've got something a bit more original lined up. But it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes, where it plays out. Greggy said, Cody being over is crazy. He's a former EVP of AEW and the fans dig him. It's pretty cool. Kian said, what do you think Logan is going to say? And just to let you know, I'm going to be here 3 weeks away from tomorrow. I'm going away for my 20th. Oh, have a good time, dude. Shout out to you. What do I think he's going to say? He's either going to get added to Money in the Bank, which I personally don't want, right? Or we're going to start building a feud for SummerSlam. I read an article which was on, I can't remember if it was Bleacher Report or somewhere. It was one of those kind of sites. And they said that WWE has got a Logan Paul problem because he needs a win. I don't know that he needs a win, to be honest, but it is interesting because if I take my I love WWE, I respect the wrestlers hat off, right? Because I do respect the wrestlers. I might not always seem like I do, but I do. If I take that hat off, are we getting the most out of Logan by him showing up and losing all the time? Maybe we're not. Maybe from a business point of view, and it's a point of view I don't care for, but from a business point of view, maybe it would be beneficial if for the Logan fans to see him win again in the ring. Who you put him in there against to get victory over? I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I suppose we could find someone. I mean, he beat The Miz. I really don't know. I don't know who you put him in with to give him a win. I feel like it would need to be like an Akira Tozawa or a Marseille or a Mansoir or someone along these lines, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I'm not the right person. This is where I think I would struggle in creative. I really do. If I was given the task of like, right, you've got to, Logan's got to be put over somebody, I think I would choose Marseille. I think I'd choose Marseille. And the reason why I would choose Marseille is because largely he's been a joke anyway. So I don't think we're disrespecting wrestling if Marseille's going to be losing to Logan. He's actually got a good size to him as well. Marseille he's quite tall. And, if they're face to face, it could actually look quite interesting. You could slightly repackage Marseille so that he's a bit more credible. Still keep him fun and goofy, because that will allow Logan to have a bit of humor with it, right? Because he can rip into him, basically. I mean, imagine if Marseille was still a maximum male model, doing maximum male model stuff, only looked a bit more credible in the ring, actually could do some stuff in the ring, actually was starting to get some wins, right? You could actually have Logan sit on commentary, watch a Marseille match, and be a bit like, okay, this guy's better than I thought. Has he always been this good? And actually use it as a way of presenting Marseille as a bit more of a credible in-ring talent. Still keep him wacky, though, because Logan can rip into him on the microphone on that. Good size. So when they're face-to-face, it's going to look real good. And I think I would try my best to try and make that as compelling as I could. I would try and do whatever I could. I don't know. I could have Marseille join up with a rival YouTuber and kind of mock Logan. I could have him do something on social media. I feel like social media needs to be used more. You remember when it was Sami and Johnny Knoxville and they were doing stuff on like Instagram? I don't know if you ever saw that, but Johnny actually got someone that looked like Sami Zayn to come round to his house and like do his gardening and do his chores. And he would post videos of like this Sami Zayn lookalike doing like giving him pedicures and everything. So, and Sammy would be like, that is not me. Stop telling people that is me. That is not. And it was fun, and it just played out on social media. If you've got someone like Logan, you have to do stuff like that. You have to go down those roads where you're using social media, because this is how you're going to interact with his audience. Because I'd imagine the vast majority of his audience ain't watching WWE. So I think you need to go onto social media. So I imagine that. I mean, people that don't watch wrestling seeing Marseille for the first time, who the is this guy? Who's this guy? And like, you could get a bit of conversation going. So I think I'd be looking that way, and I would give Logan the win. If I have to give Logan a win, that's the kind of direction I'm looking at. That's the kind of thing I'd be looking to do. So whether I could get Marseille as a big enough appeal for in time for SummerSlam, probably not. I would probably struggle there, but I would give it my damnedest. But they won't do that. They'll probably end up giving him Finn Balor or something, and he'll beat him. He'll beat the Demon. They'll probably end up giving him a rematch with Seth, and he'll become champion. You know, this is where I operate. This is where WWE operate. Like we're very far apart. We're very far apart. I think they chose AJ to lose to Logan because he has to beat someone credible. It doesn't seem like WWE see AJ as a main eventer. Oh, you can't have him beating AJ Styles. You can't. AJ Styles is one of the best in-ring wrestlers. It would be like taking Magnus Carlsen out of the world of chess, one of the greatest chess players of all time. It'd be like taking him and putting him in there with, like, you know, some promising chess 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds, who's certainly got, you know, some nice moves, but he ain't beating Magnus Carlsen. And it's exactly the same with Logan. You know, he can do a few moves, but he should not be beating AJ Styles. So, not AJ. Not AJ. I don't think anyone that's held a world title, even though he beat The Miz. But The Miz, in all fairness, The Miz is sort of there for that exact reason, isn't he? I feel like he got the world titles really as a bit of a... Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know if they were trying to make him a main eventer or if it was just a bit of a thank you for the kind of work that he's done over the years. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Maybe they just felt like there wasn't really anyone else for Cena, or Cena had already beaten a lot of the big heels, and so we just got round to The Miz. I actually don't know why. That'd be interesting. I don't know if we'll ever get that answer. Why The Miz? It is one of the weirdest WrestleMania main events. I think we can agree. John Cena versus The Miz. Main event in WrestleMania. Like, it is strange. It is strange. It's even more strange now. But, because obviously the way The Miz is presented. But, I don't begrudge it, The Miz. But I would like to know why, you know, did they see him as being someone that could hold that title on a regular basis? Did they see him being like... I don't know, like a modern day Ric Flair, heel champion that you could always go back to, that could be a multiple time champion? Or was it just there was no one at that time? Or was it a bit of a thank you for the work that he'd been doing? I don't know. Never actually. I don't know if Bruce Pritchard's ever spoke about that. Bruce would be the one that would probably give us the best answer because he works behind the scenes, doesn't he? So if there's been a Something to Wrestle With podcast on WrestleMania 27, I've not heard it, and I would like to hear it. And one of the things I'd like to hear is, why did you go with The Miz out of the other options that were available? What was it about The Miz? Did you just think it would be a good feud? Was it just for that feud? Or did you think that he could be a multiple-time champion? Did you see him as being main event? Why The Miz? Days, he could beat Rick O'Shea. They had that Rumble spots. And now that's Ricochet is an interesting one because you would definitely get lots of highlights, wouldn't you? You'd get lots of highlights out of it. Ricochet is a smaller wrestler as well, so Logan would have the size advantage. So, you know, you've got the aerial, quick, impressive skill set of Ricochet. taking on the size and, dare I say, power. I mean, one thing I will give Logan his props, right? I have no problem giving Logan his props. I think Logan is athletic. I think he's got a great physique. I think he's got a great look. I think he can do promos. And I think that you give him a match and tell him exactly what you want him to do, he'll go in there and he'll do it, right? Where I differ from everyone else that kind of wets their knickers over Logan Paul is I know that if he was to do this week in, week out, he would struggle. He would struggle because you don't get the same amount of time given to you as you would for a pay-per-view. You don't get the same amount of time to prepare as you would for a pay-per-view. So he's either going to have the exact same match every week, right? Or his match quality is going to severely diminish if you was to see him week after week after week competing on Raw, SmackDown, whatever, right? The way that it works at the moment is that we say, okay, let's have him for SummerSlam. We book him for SummerSlam. We then, he learns a new move, right? One that's going to catch the eye. He's already got a few moves that he's learned from the past as well, which he can sprinkle in. He loves his frog splash to the commentary table. Yeah, it's been a winner for him so far. He can always go to that. Frog splash to the commentary table on the outside. Sprinkle in some other little moves in there. Put in a little bit of drama. Add in some extra elements like a dancing prime bottle or a Jake Paul coming down to the ring or AJ Styles, Tommaso Ciampa fighting on the outside with Maurice on the outside. There's garnish that you can always put on, right? Garnish you can always add. Put in the drama of some close falls as well. Make sure that the thing is like tight and really produced well, structured well. Make sure that both guys know the match inside out. And then you can go out there and deliver something that is going to be very well received, right? So for me, him doing that, him being given that and doing that, you can't take anything away from him. You can't take anything away from him. The reason there's so much appreciation is because he has delivered what he has been asked to deliver. The only way that I differ is that I know that if he was to ask to do that on a weekly basis, he wouldn't be able to do it because you wouldn't be able to put that same level of work in on a weekly basis. You wouldn't be able to do that same level of preparation, right? You're not going to be able to learn a new move every single week, right? I don't know that he's got the ability at the moment to have a match that you call on the fly, right? This is where like you learn wrestling and being a wrestler. And so this is where he falls down for me. If he was to commit to this, and I've said this before, and I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, if he was to commit to this, and when I say commit to this, I mean actually do this, right? Not come in a couple of times a year, but actually on the road, week in, week out, part of the roster, be a superstar, right? Give yourself over to this properly like the other wrestlers do. He could be amazing. He could be awesome. He could be brilliant. He could learn it. He could then start calling on the fly. He could then start having matches. He's already got a few moves that he can go to. I'm sure he can add more to his moveset. His selling actually looks pretty good, but to be honest, what I would say is the reason why it looks good is because I think he genuinely does blow up. I think he genuinely does get knackered by the end of the match. I think his cardio is good. Obviously, he looks great, but I think he genuinely does like leave it all in the ring, which is great to see. That's not a knock. That's not a knock at all. But as his cardio improves, would that then mean his selling diminishes? If he improves his cardio and so he can actually work longer in a match, will that then mean that he doesn't look as shattered, doesn't look as hurt because his cardio is better? So does that then mean that it starts to expose some weaknesses in his selling, right? So this is where I think it becomes quite interesting, is if he was to commit to it. and start learning and improving and calling things on the fly, having more regular matches, working with different opponents, cutting more promos, learning to deal with the crowds, so on, so on, so on, right? That's when you can call yourself a wrestler, right? That's when you can get the respect of the wrestling fans. Coming in a couple of times a year, doing a few pre-arranged spots like the one at the Royal Rumble might impress Twitter, right? Might impress the casuals, but it ain't impressing the hardcore fans, right? Because, as I said, I think the hardcore fans are here for, we watch week in, week out, and we are watching the wrestlers week in, week out, putting the work in. And so these are the people that we're watching and we're supporting and we want to see get given the opportunities. So I think it's great. I think the way that we're using him for me is not right. I wish he would commit to this. I wish we could lock him down for more dates, which is mental, isn't it? Me saying we should get him for more dates. It's mental. But he's good. He is good. He is athletic. He can do this. So do it. It's so frustrating. It's really frustrating. You've got someone there that's got all the raw ingredients, right? You can see they would be really, really good. But they only turn up a couple of times a year. That's annoying. So, you know what I mean? Either do it or don't do it. So I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna say. I would actually really like it if he said, I'm here. I'm here. I'm gonna be here week in, week out. I want to be a world champion. And he comes in and he puts in the work, and I would fully support it. Because do you know what happens then? He stops being a celebrity. He's not a celebrity then. He's a wrestler. He becomes a wrestler. If you're gonna do this week in, week out, and commit to it, you stop being the outside guy coming in, right? You're no longer the outside guy coming in. This is now your home, and you belong here. And as a result, you then become a wrestler. So I would like him to say that. I don't think he'll say that. I think what he'll say is that he'll be at Money in the Bank, probably get given the briefcase. Do you know what I mean? And then he'll show it off on his podcast and rock up at SummerSlam, cash it in. Cash it in at WrestleMania. I don't know. Do whatever it is he's doing. But we'll see. Jason, shout out to you. Jason said, evening, days, not long till wrestling. Go. You coming down, Jason? You should do. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm really looking forward to it. I agree, buds. It's not long. It's just over a week and a half. For those that don't know, Wrestling Shop Live in London. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week, and Sunday at Waterloo Station. I will be there. You can meet me, chat with me, picture with me. Honestly, I'll do. Well, I would say I'll do whatever, but there's a lot of perverts. I will happily do intros to YouTube channels. I will happily do quick little interview things. I don't give a flip. I'll do whatever, right? I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to just meeting people, putting a few faces to names. We are talking about just running a live stream as well. It'll be a weird one though. It'll be one of those where you click on it and I really can't tell you what will be happening, but if I can get a bit of a stream set up. And so, maybe if people come in, it's do you want to jump on the streams? Yeah, let's do it, and you can pop on and, we'll just have a quick chat on stream and see who's in the chat. Thing is, there might not be loads of people in the chat. 'Cause if we run a stream for 8 hours or something, obviously people will just pop in and pop back out again throughout the day. So I really don't know how many people will be in the chat at any one time. But yeah, there's kind of a bit of a thought that we could do something like that. So I don't know what's happening. I'm just, to be honest, I probably should put loads of thought into it, but I haven't. So I probably should prepare things, but I haven't. So, we all need to accept that and deal with it. But it's going to be really good. I'm really looking forward to it. Brenton, shout out to you. Did you see any highlights of Collision? Thoughts on the show, look, feel. Rumors are it was a huge success in the locker room and it was a distinct vibe from Dynamite. I didn't really see much. I saw a couple of things on Twitter. I saw the Aubrey Edwards. Oh, was that Collision? I don't even know if that was Collision. That might have been Rampage. I saw the Punk promo. I had that on at the time. It's very hard to listen to it though, because I was doing UFC at that exact moment. So, but I did give it like, you know, a good few minutes where I was listening. I heard the Counterfeit Books comment. I can't say it felt drastically different to me. I mean, as I said, it sort of felt the same. Like I can't say that I noticed anything different in regards to the ring or the layout or the staging. I didn't really give it a great deal of time. What I have heard is that, AEW botches, right? Those guys I see quite a bit on my feed. They said that it was actually a really good show. And I think that if one of your biggest critics is going to give you praise like that, I think you know that you've done something really good. Right? Because if one of your biggest critics is like, do you know what? Fair play. It was pretty good. It was tight. It was, from what I heard, it was tight. It was commentary. I mean, one thing I will say is I heard the commentary for when CM Punk was coming down to the ring. Immediately you go, yeah, that's so good. Like Nigel McGuinness, WWE dropped the ball not keeping him. And Kevin Kelly, I think, was it. The other, I mean, Kevin Kelly, just such, I think because of his work with New Japan, he brings such credibility. That's the word. He brings such credibility that when you hear his voice, you feel like you're watching something significant. I feel like it reminds me of like watching Wrestle Kingdom and things like that. I feel like I'm watching a proper event, a proper show. Like, I thought commentary straight away, they got that right. Feel a bit, from the brief bits I saw, it didn't feel any different to me. But from what I've heard, the in-ring was good. The show was very well received. I don't think the ratings have come out, or at least I haven't seen any rating information. Should have come out today, actually. Does anyone know what the ratings were? I haven't seen any ratings info. I'm expecting it to be around 850, 900,000. Maybe it does the million but then saying that, it's a Saturday, so it, you know, I don't know how many people were around for it. Saturdays can be tricky. They can be really tricky. 850, 900. If they do, I think if they do the million, that'll be good. But I haven't seen any numbers, so I really don't know. I don't even know if they're out. Right, we are about to get going. Did you enjoy it though, Brenton? Let me know. Juan, shout out to you. Research with Thomas Flynn said, Days, have you seen the reports WWE is interested in Hook? I haven't. No, I haven't, to be honest, but I could believe it. I think he's young. He's very crisp in the ring. I think I don't think he's being used all that well. Maybe if they came in with a bit of an offer, if his contract was coming up, they might be able to secure his services. Saying that, his dad is over there. You know, would he look to leave his dad? Don't know. His dad might say go for it when the big boys come calling, you know. That's no disrespect to AEW. I mean, but it is facts, isn't it? WWE is that next level. I think even AEW would agree. Here's Seth. I'm guessing we're starting the show with Seth so that if the crowd are going to sing his theme song, they'll hopefully burn out. They won't be able to do it throughout the whole show. If we open the show with Seth, they should have stopped singing by hour 3. Right, here is Seth Rollins making his way down to the ring. Hook should stay put. He's been shaking hands. He'd be shaking hands with the devil coming to WWE. Is WWE the devil? Fiendy in the crowds, says Erasure Minds. Erasure Minds, shout out to you. So Seth in the ring, crowd singing along. As I said, the way I'm looking at this now, rather than getting annoyed and upset and frustrated, I am looking to see how do we deal with this. Finn Balor jumps Seth from behind. So Balor attacks Seth. And again, you know, those... the singing has turned to boos, of course, because Finn Balor has jumped Seth. Balor drives Seth into the commentary table. And again, look, you see, we've distracted the crowds. The crowd now are focused. We've got "You Suck" chants. So we've distracted the crowd. We've given them something else to focus on and think about. And that is Finn Balor jumping Seth Rollins. We've got people coming down trying to separate these two. Seth Rollins down. Now, interestingly, they've not gone back to the singing. Balor launches, coup de grace. Coup de grace off the steps. Yeah, the crowd didn't go back to the singing. I thought whilst Balor was moving away and Seth was down, the crowd might return to it. They didn't. They're still booing Balor at the moment. Now Balor's... Come on, everyone. Come on. Come on. Come on, everybody. Bang, another coup de grace. It's a really good presentation, this is, for Finn. Really good. Adam Pearce upset with Balor. Telling him to go. "You suck" chants by the crowds. William, shout out to you. Days, have you given any thought of what if Iron Austin show up? Have you taken proper security precautions? Oh, another coup de grace! Another coup de grace! Finn Balor delivers another coup de grace to Seth Rollins. Corey Graves said Rollins might have broken ribs. Is that Jason Jordan? Jason Jordan? Jason Jordan. Heartbreaking, innit? Heartbreaking that he's not competing. William, I haven't actually. A little part of me is hoping that you do. To be honest. Rollins to hospital, says K-pop lover. Brenton said ratings will be delayed for a day or two. I wasn't able to much, but I did get to see the Punk promo. Crowd was electric, obviously. Can't wait for Punk on Wednesday. Permadeath says, who do you think should win Money in the Bank? It's difficult because I think there's a few people in the running. So of the 6 that are in it, I think it should be either LA Knight, Priest, or Nakamura, right? One of those 3 for me. The reason I'd say LA Knight is because of how popular he is, right? He's over, undeniably over. So do you pull the trigger on that and actually give him the briefcase? I could see why you would do it, right? Damian Priest, because, wow, do you know what? He deserves it after putting Bad Bunny over, doesn't he? So, you know, he's big. He's been in Judgment Day for a while now. We're teasing something between him and Finn. Judgment Day have been one of the biggest acts on Raw for the past 12 months. He's been a big part of that as well. He's been a workhorse. He's kind of the quiet guy in the group. Obviously, Dominic's got Rhea. Finn is Finn. You know, he's former Universal Champion, multiple-time NXT champion, and Damian Priest is just sort of there. Now, we have done some stuff with him with the Bad Bunny thing. Obviously, he came out on the losing end. he could really do with something to kind of boost his character. And he's big. I mean, he's big. He's credible. He's got a deep voice as well when he talks. There's a lot to like about Damian Priest. But he needs something to get his teeth into. You've got to give him, just like everyone, you've got to give him something to work with. And so him having Money in the Bank could be quite interesting. And also, would it drive a bigger wedge between him and Finn Balor? So you could go that way. Or Shinsuke. Now, I really like Shinsuke because Shinsuke is a former IWGP champion in New Japan, former NXT champion, actually came up to the main roster with quite a bit of buzz. I remember when he first got called up, I think he was on the poster for Backlash the year that he got brought up. And there was a lot of like Shinsuke's come in, the King of Strong Styles on the way. He had a bit of a feud with AJ, for the title, which I thought was quite good. But it's been very stop-start. The creative has been awful. I think we have got limitations with him not speaking English. His English is broken. I think the promos are what hold him back in-ring-wise. I think he's really good. We got to do something with him. It's, he's either going to spend the rest of eternity in the mid-card or we give him an opportunity. And, he's been on the roster a long time. Someone like LA Knight hasn't even done a year, hasn't even done 12 months on the roster. And you look at Shinsuke, who's been on the main roster for years and years and years. He is in need of this opportunity, I think. He's in need of this. He's won a Rumble in the past, obviously. We have tried to do things with him. But under Triple H, we haven't tried much. He hasn't been around, actually. We haven't seen him for a lot of this year. So I'm interested to know, how does Triple H booking, how does that affect Shinsuke? How can that benefit Shinsuke? Because he was booked really well in NXT. So I feel like it's one of those three. If I was to pick one, I would go with Shinsuke. I think Shinsuke's waited a long time for someone to back him. And I think Triple H could be that person now that he's doing the booking. Seth gets thrown into some trunks and things backstage. Balor is unloading on Seth. So this brawl continues out back. 7 years I've been waiting. Well, I mean, I'm thinking the Open Challenge is probably off. The Open Challenge probably isn't happening now. Corey said, all we can do is speculate. Is it because Finn doesn't want Seth to defend in the Open Challenge? What does it mean for tomorrow as well against Braun? I don't think they want Seth to defend tonight and tomorrow, so they've written him off today. I think he'll still defend tomorrow. Seth promised an Open Challenge and he has not delivered. I was going to accept, says The Miz. So Miz upset. I am worshipped as a god in this depressing hellhole. Cleveland, by the way. What do you think of Roman and Solo against Usos? Love it. Who do you think will win? There's no belts on the line, is there? So it could go either way. I certainly don't think that's a one-and-done match. And it's hard to know how it plays into SummerSlam, but it's going to be really hard for us to not do Roman versus Jay. Roman versus Jay feels like the match we could get at SummerSlam. Oh, Tommaso's back! Tommaso's back! Here is Tommaso Ciampa. Okay. Tommaso's back, baby. Okay, so last time we saw Tommaso, it was around SummerSlam last year. I think it was a little bit after SummerSlam, but it was around that time that he went away. But it's been a long time. Oh, I'm so pleased Tommaso's back. Tommaso's back. He's getting a nice reaction. Got to remember, though, that we didn't really do much with him on the main roster. So to people that don't watch NXT, oh, he nails the Miz. "9 months. I haven't heard a word from you. Ring the bell." Bell has sounded. It's Tommaso stomping away on the Miz. 9 months. I have not heard a word from you. Miz on the outside of the ring. Tommaso coming after him. Ah, Tommaso's back. Tommaso Ciampa's back. They've got his music. Let's go, says Paul. Ciampa is babyface confirmed, said Stuttering Steves. We've got Miz driven through the top of... There it is. Not one text message. Not one text message. Miz is crawling over to the corner. Tommaso charging over, collides into the Miz. Tommaso goes against the ropes, collides into the Miz again. Tommaso duck underneath. Oh, down goes the Miz. Miz goes down. Tommaso in the corner. He's taking down the knee pads. Oh, this is so fun. Ah, oh, misses with the knee strike. Oh, the Miz. DDT. 1, 2. Kick out. Old school Champa, says erase your minds. Have you been enjoying the Ashes, James? Amazing. Amazing. I'm actually there tomorrow. I'm going. I know. I was watching it today, and they said that there were still tickets for tomorrow. I was like, what? There wasn't when I looked. But I think they might... I don't know if they've released some new ones or what happened, but they just mentioned it whilst I was watching it today, and I looked, and there was. So I'm like, I'm going. I bought them. £25. That's it. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. People that don't know cricket just don't know. They just don't know. It's... Tommaso is down. Miz has got Tommaso over against the ropes. So Miz is back in control. I'm not jealous, says James. It's it's only luck, to be honest. I mean, I didn't manage to get any last year. I did have a little look, but they were either gone or the resale was just... So as I said, I looked last year and I couldn't get any. And then they mentioned today they had some for tomorrow. Oh. Right, Tommaso's back in the corner and blocked by Tommaso. Let's change this at the bottom. K-Pop said the Ashes are jobbers. I like that. That's a good comment. Miz just kicked his head off. Kian said, Days, he's either going to be at Money in the Bank or he'll announce he wants a match at SummerSlam with Cena or Theory for the US title. Miz is climbing up. Oof. Drop kick by Tommaso. Miz goes down. I'm not sure about the grey in Tommaso's beard. That's what I'm thinking about. Oh. Fairy tale ending. Wins it for Tommaso. It doesn't bother me, but there's been a lot of talking about Keith Lee. I've seen a lot of chatter about Keith Lee and the fact that he's embraced the grey hairs. And there's a lot of people saying, you know, it doesn't suit him. It's not a good look. And now Tommaso's come back and he's got like this grey beards. You don't tend to see like grey on wrestlers when it comes to their hair. It doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered by it. But I just think it might be a bit of a talking point for some. He doesn't give a flip, does he? He doesn't give a flip. It's a win for Tommaso. We've got a trashed ringside area. That was lovely. That was good. Grey hairs mean wisdom, says Blaze Radio. I think the grey looks good in the beard, said Lone Star Friends. Bryson, hello. Shout out to you. David said, I like it. It shows they're normal. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Raquel Rodriguez taking on Trish. Clearly, I don't mind it. Although I do dye mine grey. It's jet black otherwise. Did Jey Uso fall in line with the bloodline? Why are you asking me that, Raw? Didn't you watch SmackDown? Okay, Logan Paul returns tonight. I understand how you feel. It can be difficult to live in chronic pain disorder and affect many aspects of your life. Coach Co, hope you well, buds. Retribution said, I love cricket, but let's be honest, test cricket is dead boring. What? Dudes. I can't speak for other, like, counties and things like that, but... Dudes. Are you following the current test? That's all I would say. What's the plan for Money in the Bank and SummerSlam? Both pay-per-views are on a Saturday, so I'm guessing it conflicts with UFC. Crazy AEW and WWE are seemingly switching pay-per-view nights for the time being. Honestly, I haven't looked. I mean, the priority for the channel is wrestling. So if it comes to WWE pay-per-views, they get the preference. You know, first and foremost, we are a wrestling channel. We tried last year to do both. I tried to do UFC on this channel and still make sure that we did wrestling watch long, and Triple T was kind enough to do that for us. The only downside with that was it was confusing for people because sometimes we do them on this channel, sometimes they were over on that channel, sometimes I was doing them, sometimes Triple T was doing them. People didn't quite know. Do you know what I mean? One thing you need, and this is a lesson for anyone that's thinking of going onto YouTube, you've got to be consistent. You have to have consistency. If you're going to do something, you got to keep doing it, right? You need. It's like us. Everyone knows. I don't need to tell anybody that we're going to start an hour before Raw, an hour before NXT, an hour before SmackDown. People know, right? Because we do it week after week after week. I think people know the schedule of the channel now, right? It becomes like you just don't even question it anymore. It's just, it is what it is, week in, week out. And so when it comes to pay-per-views, you know, not knowing, is it on this channel? Is it on that channel? Is Days doing it? Is Triple T doing it? Like, it's just not good. Yeah, but it's not good. It's not good for the community. It's not good for the channel. It's too much inconsistency, and you can't have it. You can't have it. So, yeah, it was last year. You know, I was getting feedback from people that were like, I don't know if you're doing it. I don't know if you're not doing it. And I was like, yeah, it's a good point. So it was around that time I was like, I got to prioritize the wrestling, man. If WWE are moving to a Saturday, which they have, and they've stayed doing it, I have to prioritize that. That is what the channel is, you know. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We ain't doing UFC content. We're doing WWE. AEW on a Wednesday, so I have to go in that direction. Did you get my predictions for the escape pods? I hope it was not too quiet. I've not looked, to be honest, buds. I've not looked. To be perfectly honest, I was watching the cricket, and I was a little bit late going to bed, and so I actually only got up about half an hour before the stream started. So I'm a bit behind on things. So I'll try and catch up with all of that after the stream. Mr. Quake, remember Insurrection 03? Mr. Quake, shout out to you. Ezra said, do you think Becky attacks Trish in the match? I think there's a chance of that. I think that she would want to make sure that Becky didn't qualify. So yeah, I think there's definitely a chance. Which could mean that Raquel goes through. Equally, it might mean that Raquel gets DQ'd. Raquel could then complain, saying this isn't fair. I had nothing to do with this. You know, I think all results are on the table. I think Raquel could qualify because Becky interferes and costs Trish. I think Trish could qualify because I think Raquel was meant to be in a tag team with Liv and she's not now because Liv's injured. But that might mean that there was no plans for Raquel to be in the ladder match. So Trish could qualify. We could see them both go through because of, say, Becky interfering and, Adam Pearce having to make a decision as to, well, what do I do? You know, I can't, that match is a no contest or something as a result, you know? I don't know. I think all results are on the table. I think it's a good match. I really don't know which way it goes. Maybe Trish just edges it because she's the bigger name. Here's Judgment Day. Here's Finn. Your open match challenge is cancelled. It's cancelled. It's cancelled because of me. I'm the only one that's going to take that World Heavyweight Championship. Does that mean he's going to attack Braun? You like singing his song so much? Well, you'll be singing it at his funeral. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have mentioned the song, Finn. That was really silly. That was silly. New shirts for Dominic and Rhea. You wish you was us. Those shirts say you wish you was us. The new shirt's awesome. It's Rhea and Dominic, and at the top it says, you wish you was us. It looks like Dominic's like touching her bum bum, or maybe pointing to her bum bum. I'm not sure. We'll have to have a look. I'm going to have a look at Rhea's bum bum, guys. I'm sorry. The Judgment Day promo. Of that line. You'll sing it at his funeral. Anyone else got the mental image of a load of wrestling fans standing around Seth's grave going, oh, oh. Maybe they're singing it like, you know, really going for it. The priest is joining in and everything. Oh, man. Seth was a good guy. He was a good guy. Finn's cravat is like something a grandmother would wear on her Sunday walk. We don't know that he's not a grandmother, in all fairness. Oh, there's a new Shawn Michaels belt. Ooh, and it's sick as well. Ooh, oh, you can get retro stuff for Shawn. Oh, have you seen this Shawn Michaels belt? I know we should be talking about the show and everything, but they're just, you know, jibber jabbering. Look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is amazing. Heart-shaped main plate. Look at that. You can get the cap as well. Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, get yourself off the ground. Oh, man, look at that. That is sick. That is sick. It's a sick price as well. Look at the old retro caps and look at all this. Oh my god, this is so good. It's all so good. Sliders. Boxers. Showstopper main event. Old 97 Rumble cap. So they're booing Dom. So Dom tells Cody, find 2 partners. Find 2 partners to find out what you're in for at Money in the Bank. So obviously Dom against Cody. So he's told Cody, find 2 partners to take on the Judgment Day. Wonder who that's going to be. Right. I want to find that new t-shirt. Oh, man, that Shawn belt is sick. I don't think that new shirt's available yet. It's not on... they've just shown a new shirt, and you can't even buy it on WWE Shop. The flip. Where do you get off, WWE? Huh? Where do you get off? Showing us shirts that we can't even buy. What's this? What's this, the 1980s? What's this? Well, I'm sorry, guys. I'd like to apologise on behalf of WWE because I would like to show you the new shirt of Rhea and Dominic, but I can't because it's not available. It's got Dominic, it's got Rhea. He seems to be pointing at a bum, and it says, "You wish you was us." I'm sure you can picture that. I can't show it you, but I'm sure you can picture it. This is a disgrace. I mean, to be honest, I blame Triple H. If this was Vince that was still in charge of creative and still in charge of things, that shirt would have been up like last year, but it's not even up yet. Days, I'm sucking that Papa Shango into my lungs. What do you think of the tough guy gimmick like Wardlow, Miro, Omos? AEW did Wardlow dirty. They're setting up a grudge with Miro. R.I.P. New Jack, thank you. Thank you. I don't know. What can you think of when you think of tough guy images? It's just a video package of SmackDown, by the way. It's you know, it's a vital part of wrestling, isn't it? Just like the high flyer, just like the jobber. You know, you've got the workhorse, the technician. You've got the tough guy, the powerhouse, the brawler. But I can't really comment about Wardlow and all that because I don't really know what's going on. I didn't watch Collision. It is going to make AEW really difficult, to be honest, because only watching one of their shows, we could get away with it when it was just Rampage being the other show. But now there's like this Collision thing. It's a bit of a problem. Because now people are going to want to talk to me about things that I just don't know about. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. Thoughts on WWE seem to have so little wrestling. I get Vince has been more sizzle than steak when it comes to his TV products, more character-driven promos, but geez, barely any action, says Brenton. It doesn't bother me personally. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I think the TV shows set up the pay-per-views, and I think that watching matches that just don't mean anything, I'm really not in. I just don't care. I think it doesn't do much for WWE to just do matches for the sake of doing matches. Back in you wouldn't get away with what they used to do. What they used to do was just have someone in a ring against a jobber all the time. I mean, that was wrestling. If you go back and watch like old Raws and Wrestling Challenge and All American Wrestling and, those kind of shows from the 80s, the 90s, early 90s in particular, you're just getting lots of stars against jobbers, people you've not heard of. Dwayne Gill, PJ Walker, Barry Horowitz, of course, Brooklyn Brawler, of course. But, it would just be loads of people you'd not heard of. And I just don't think you'd get away with that these days. Just people would turn off. Like, competition is so high for views. You can get away with the odd jobber match, right? And I think we could definitely do more jobber matches than what we do. But I think every match needs to really have a purpose, have a reason. So I just don't think you can get away with it. Unless you're going to really turn up the creativity and the creative and get a lot more stories going and, more feuds going, and go down that road. But in order to do that, you're going to need to tell more stories, which is surely going to mean more promos. So it's sort of like a catch-22, isn't it, really? Yeah, I don't mind it. I think as long as the action we do get is good. Sammy says to Kevin he thinks he's a rageaholic. He says he's got an anger problem. If you can go the rest of the night without having any tantrums, I will leave you alone. Forever, not forever. I'll shut up if you don't blow up tonight. Forever, not forever. I'm sorry you had to see that, Byron. 20 years of this. Bum, 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 bum. Here's Sonia. I'll stop mentioning it if you can go the rest of the show. Okay, here's Chelsea and Sonia. Is the Sammy Kevin stuff not a rehash of Daniel Bryan and Kane, says Davids. Well, it could be. We could be going towards therapy and all that kind of stuff. I don't quite know in what direction it's going at the moment. But I think that's a fair comparison. How do you think that Cody keeps his momentum till the Rumble with no other way to win the WWE title? Well, he's just going to need to be involved in some engaging feuds, isn't he? As long as you've got some good stories for him and as long as they keep him near the top of the cards. I mean, to be honest, the feud with Brock is probably the right thing to do because Brock is someone that's not going to be around that title picture, but he's still undeniably one of their biggest stars. He's legit. He's a bit of a gatekeeper. If this was the UFC, Brock would be the number one contender. Roman would be the champion. Cody might be number 2 in the standings. So really, you know, to get another shot at Roman, it feels like you're going to have to get past Brock in order to get to Roman. So I think the Brock feud's good, but the problem with Brock is that he's not around all that often. But there's rumors that that's going to be Cody's SummerSlam. So, you know, they're doing him against Dom, which again, fine. You know, it could actually help Dom quite a bit. Dom's getting crazy heat. Crazy heat. So him and Cody being, you know, big babyface monster heel. Plus also it's Money in the Bank, so there's no pressure on that match being a main event. It doesn't have to carry the show. Because really, Money in the Bank carries Money in the Bank. But again, this is another reason why I think that becoming for the mid-card. If you see the reason why the Money in the Bank ladder matches are so important are because you can potentially become a world champion by winning it, right? If you are going to move the goalposts so that we start to see people now cashing in for mid-card belts rather than world titles, Money in the Bank ladder match is not going to mean as much. It's not going to matter as much. It's not going to be as important. Exactly the same with the Rumble. Imagine if you won the Rumble and the prize is you get to challenge for a mid-card title, not main event WrestleMania or go after the world champion. You get to go after the IC belt. Like, that would really diminish the value of the Rumble. The Rumble would still be exciting. People would still tune in because a large part of the appeal of the Rumble are the surprises. But there's no denying that the prestige of it would take a knock if the prize was not that you get to main event WrestleMania, but you go after a mid-card belt instead. So this is I mean, we spoke about it the other day. It's bonkers. It's bonkers that they are even allowing people to go after mid-card belts. I don't understand. I can't get my head around it. I can't give you an answer why it's happening. I think it's stupid. But it should be that those are the ladder matches of what people are looking forward to. And so there'd be no pressure on Cody and Dominic. They could just be on the undercards. So I mean that, you know, we're getting through. And then once we're done with Brock at SummerSlam, I think that'll be that done then. And then, to be honest, we're going to need a new feud. We'll need something else. This Karen alert. Oh, that's pretty funny. What's this TikTok thing? OMG, I cannot believe this woman. So we're seeing, they're really presenting her as a Karen, Chelsea Green. It's just fun. How entitled. Crazy level 100. And now we've got a rave cat. Do you know what? If Raw was just this, I'd be fine. This woman is out of her mind. So we're just seeing lots of different, it's long, isn't it? Dash cam freakouts. There she's getting out of the car now. Do you know who I am? Who do you think you are? So we've seen her get kicked out of a coffee shop. It's a good gimmick, man. It's a really good gimmick. That was long as well. So Chelsea being a Karen, and they've got some TikToks. Aiden and Qatar. Oh, I love these two. Love this bit. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. That's really good. That's really good for my abs, actually. Not that I've got any. I mean, like, I might get some. Whoop, whoop. Oh, they called them highlighters. That was pretty funny. Chelsea, party time. Let's go. Give up on AEW. You know you want to. The stuff about AEW I like. As I said, I do like House of Black and Bryan Danielson and Jamie Hayter and all of that. So it's like, but it is getting harder. It is getting harder. But that's, you know, it's my own doing. It's not them. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Storm Zone, shout out to you. I learned all my moves from Aiden. They didn't do their little in-ring thing, to be honest. Quite often they'll have Kaden go in the middle and she'll do that. And I think Katana lies down and poses. We didn't do any of that. Feel robbed. Robbed, I tell you. Listen, I thought the TikTok stuff, I was talking about how much I like TikTok. I thought the TikTok stuff was really funny. Really good. Enjoyed it. Not lols. I didn't find myself laughing out loud. But I enjoyed it still. And, oh man, these two against Ronda and Shayna. That was a great match the other week. That was a really good match. So, Kaden and Katana taking on Chelsea and Sonya. This has got to be a win for Kaden and Katana. Oh, lovely kick. Nice teamwork. Look at that. Springboards, moonsault, and leg drop simultaneously. They're like the Young Bucks, but fit. Oh. To be on WWE level, you must improve pyro. I'm tired of flames and sparklers, said Justin. Whoop, whoop. Mr. Full Catcher's feeling it. Joe said, I think The Rock is definitely done. Too. God, it's a win for Kaden and Katana. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I can get on this hype train. I really enjoyed their match against Ronda and I like the gimmick. I enjoyed watching them down in NXT. I really enjoyed, as I keep saying, their Ronda Shayna match when they debuted. I don't think there's many women's tag teams anyway, so that makes them massively stand out. I can jump on this bandwagon. If they got merch, look. Probably not. They probably have, but they've probably not chucked it onto WWE Shop yet. Kathy Kelly? This is a bit different, isn't it? We're in the entranceway. Kathy Kelly in the entranceway. If I search Kaden, nothing comes up. What if I put in Katana? There is a Katana. That's weird, isn't it? There's a Katana chant shirt, but there's no Kaden shirt. When was the last time Katana was on her own? I don't think Katana's ever been on her own. Cody Rhodes is just better. He touched the kid's hand and the kid was like, ah! Oh, he's got the cast back on. Lol. Didn't know it last week, did he? Here's Cody. Cleveland, you are on fire tonight. Chelsea's got her own tea. I know it's kayfabe, but shouldn't the cast be under the jacket? Well, it's a removable little temporary cast in it. It's not like a proper... I don't know what the situation is. It's one that he can remove and has removed. tonight. I accept. He accepts. He accepts. That's it. So, Cody accepts. So, it's going to be Cody and 2 mystery people. Not a clue. Not a clue. I can only imagine Stone Cold and The Rock taking on the Judgment Day. K-pop lover said the arm is not broken. Next, you'll be telling me the Earth's flat. The girls' moves together. These girls' moves were together even in NXT, said Intoxicated Beats. Interview location has got early WWF Superstars vibes, says Ray. Yeah, do you know what, Ray? They gave us a platform not long ago. We actually had a platform in the entranceway where we went up. Dirty Dogs got interviewed. I can't remember who did the interview. I can't remember if it was Kevin Patrick. Might have been. Or Kayla Braxton. But they went on the platform and we had the live crowd behind, and it was nostalgia overload. It was beautiful. And I loved it. And I was like, yes, this is the future. The future is the past, right? It worked in the past. It would work again now. And then they didn't do it again. I can only imagine they saw that I was happy. And I think that deeply upset WWE. My happiness is something that they are absolutely vehemently against. So they have not done it since. So I agree. It's nice to see Kathy talking to Cody in the entranceway. I would like us to go that step further and bring that platform back. But, it's going to remain a dream. Brent said thoughts on where Sami goes next, beside the obvious feud with KO. Seems to have cooled off a lot since he moved from the bloodline. Is Sami's best behind him? I think so. I don't think his best is behind him. I don't think that this isn't... I feel like WWE superstars are like actors in the sense of if you give them a killer script, they can get nominated for an Oscar, right? If you give them a rubbish script, they can end up in the bargain bin, right? Same person, same actor, right? It's you can only work with what you're given, and Sami was given one of the best stories, and he killed it. He took that and elevated it. He took the script and he made it better because of how he reacted and some of his overreactions and the little looks and just all the little nuances that we've been talking about and praising that elevated those segments and those sections. And so I think he actually took the script, took the content, helped, along with Jay, Jimmy, Solo, Roman, made it better, right? What's he got right now? I mean, what has he got right now? What has he got? There's nothing going on for them at the moment. They're in they've just got a new challenge from Pretty Deadly. There's a bit of a rage thing going on with Kevin Owens. I don't know. I mean, you know me. I don't like to say I told you so, right? I don't like to do it. But I did say that if we put him in the tag division, it's going to be a real step backwards because no one gives a flip about the tag belts and the tag division. It's nice to watch once in a while, right? You can have some banging matches, but where Sami was, which was challenging for a world title against Roman Reigns, right? The fact that he didn't win in Montreal and ended up going into the tag division was something that I said at the time, this is not what I would do. This is not what I would do with Sami because it's a step backwards. You can't expect me to get all excited and you can't expect the fans to get excited for him going into a tag division because who they're going to feud with? Where's the amazing tag matches? I mean, maybe if the tag division had Legion of Doom, Demolition, Hardy Boys, Dudley Boys, all those sorts of teams where we could have some classics and amazing feuds on a regular basis, a consistent basis. Maybe if we had a tag division that was in that kind of condition, then we could do something. But we don't have that tag division. We don't have that. We've got some teams that are interesting. You know, there's some teams like Imperium that are interesting, and you can, you know, maybe get a good match out of them. But there's very few teams that you're like, oh my God, that's a dream match. You know, oh man, imagine Kevin and Sami against Alpha Academy. Wow. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't have that division. We don't have it. So this ain't Sami's fault. This is WWE just pouring cold water on him, basically, which is what they did. They poured cold water on him so that they could get the spotlight on Cody. And so that, because there was even reports saying that there was concern about Sami's popularity, that it was getting in the way of Cody. So they've moved him to the tag division, you know, giving him something to keep him occupied with. I think they're trying to use them to build that tag division as well. I will give them that. I don't think that they've just completely buried him and that's it. I think they are trying to use him and Kevin to ignite that tag division. But it doesn't change the fact that that tag division is not already stacked. It's not stacked right now. You know, Sami is, in a way, being sacrificed. A little bit like how AJ was when he was put with Omos. You know, that wasn't for AJ's benefit. It's not for AJ's benefit to be put with Omos. That was for Omos's benefit. And I feel like Sami being in the tag division isn't really for Sami's benefit. It's for the tag division's benefit, because they're hoping that what star power he managed to build up, the way that he got himself over, I think they're hoping they can use that star power, Kevin's star power, to now put them in matches with Pretty Deadly and make those feel bigger, and put them in matches with Imperium, the two guys that aren't Gunter, and make them feel bigger. And so they're trying to use him and them for that. So I feel sorry for Sami. I don't know when his next juicy storyline's coming. I hope that this is a short-term thing and we can get him back to being a singles wrestler. And I hope that one day he gets to compete and win for a world title. Now that there is another world title, maybe we can. Maybe he could win the one Seth's got eventually. But nothing's going to be as magical as Montreal. Indashir have picked up a win. So, Indashir beats Cedric and Shelton, and it was one-way traffic, bay. Here's the man, Sami and Kevin. Kevin's bumped into a guy that's knocked some beverage on him. No problem, Kevin says. It's all good. I don't have an anger problem, says Kevin. Here's Matt Riddle. This is someone that Kevin finds very frustrating. Oh. Great movies. Have you been watching your movies? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Little Giants. He's going through something and Riddle's like, I can feel it. I can feel it. Riddle against Ludwig Kaiser coming up tonight. Owens struggled there. KO is a ticking time bomb, says K-pop lover. This is what I've been saying. DIY is the perfect tag team to dethrone Sami and Kevin, says Emperor Youngboy. Well, they will be a much welcome addition to that tag division. Much welcome addition. They are cool, credible. That would be a great match. That's the kind of team, you know, we need like 5 of those. Because, I mean, you've got the Usos. We've obviously done that. New Day aren't really hitting the same, are they, anymore, unfortunately. Plus, also, I think Kofi's out injured. Is he injured? I know he was injured around WrestleMania. And I don't think we've seen him since. I can't remember. Even Street Profits, which is not really doing much. Viking Raiders. Oh my God. How many times do we hit reset on the Viking Raiders? You know, if the Viking Raiders, from the moment they hit the main roster, had been winning and we'd built them, we could actually be in a really, really good place with them right now. But that's not what we've done. So, like, Viking Raiders should be in that position, but they're not. New Day have declined, right? I think they've just gone very stale, and there's been quite a few injuries, actually. They've really struggled with their momentum because, obviously, we know what happened with Big E. Kofi's been injured. Xavier's been injured. They've gone through this horrible periods where it's clear they're not a focus. And it's clear they're not being given the same kind of attention that they were a few years ago. There's been nothing new creatively for them for ages. And maybe that's because of the injuries. You know, maybe they just can't get a run together. But either way, you know, it means that they don't feel quite as big as they did. Street Profits are a real head scratcher, man, because Street Profits, they look like they've got everything. I mean, they've got the promos. I think they're stale, though. You know, how many years can you come out with red cups falling from the ceiling, just doing the same thing again and again and again? They are in such a need for a refresh, something new. It's like WWE gets something good and they just absolutely run it into the ground, and allow it to go stale. And even then, you would think they would change it, but they're like, nah, we can still squeeze some life out of this. I think there's some life tucked away in some corner somewhere. We'll keep squeezing. But it feels like the juices have run dry there for me. So I think they're trying to use Sami and Kevin as a bit of a defibrillator to the tag division. But yeah, oh God, I completely agree. DIY would be so welcome. And actually, you know, even calling up like the Creeds, I think that would be good. That would massively help. Pretty deadly if you can make them credible, are different. You know, they're different. They could, as long as they're kept credible and not just jobbed out, could be interesting. So there's potential. There's hope. It's just, I feel like Triple H is still putting the pieces together there. Oh, Logan's here. Right, let's go. Here we go. Let's see what Logan has got to say. He's in the ring. I think the crowd are booing. Anna, shout out to you. Authors of Pain would freshen up the division. They were plagued with injuries at the wrong time and released prematurely. I completely agree, Anna. I completely agree. I loved Authors of Pain. Okay, we got Logan in the ring. Hope you're well, Anna, by the way. Shout out to you. Best people in the world come from Cleveland. LeBron James. He sat on top of a ladder right by the Money in the Bank briefcases. I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. Paul needs to stay in boxing. Bruce, shout out to you. We're in Cleveland. This is his state. He's laying into him, actually. The Browns suck. I'm the best you people have. People can't stop losing. The Miz lost tonight. Today is the day. I'm going to put some respect back onto this great city's name. It's coming, in it. It's coming. No. 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 I don't want to wait to be over when they're over, everything is over. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Well, there we go, guys. It's official. Wrestling is dead. Yay! Here's Ricochet. Is Ricochet to come and admire the corpse of wrestling, professional wrestling? Sports entertainment, really, isn't it? So he's officially been added to the ladder match. How did he qualify? Just don't know. Climbed the ladder, did he? Got in the ring tonight, climbed the ladder, said a few words. Check this dog. Here's Ricochet. Only reason you got added. I don't know what I'm watching. Ricochet's come out and said the only reason you've been added is because I made you go viral at the Royal Rumble. I mean, we're talking about one of the biggest social media stars in the world that's been viral many times before, many times after. It's pretty wild that Ricochet's taking credit. You're only in this match because of me and what I did to you at the Royal Rumble. No one even knew who you were before that. You was Logan who before that? Oh, says Nakamura. Nakamura cares. Now I've got more reason to win, says Nakamura. Here's LA Knight. That could be a fun match. LA Knight against Logan. That could be a fun match. I said, damn it, Days, I blame you. You! I see a guy who makes videos for 14-year-old girls and wants to call himself a megastar. If you follow this, that's a good line. If you follow this, then you'll find the directions where to stick each of those bottles of Prime. Nah, man. I don't know why they've done that to LA Knight. LA, do you know what? I've said before, like, tell me something LA Knight has come out with that's, like, you know, got everyone, like, so crazy about him. Because there's been some good stuff he's done. I remember his impersonation of Bray Wyatt, for example. But straight after he did that impersonation of Bray Wyatt, the crowds weren't going crazy for him. So I can't point at that to say that's the moment that people started really getting into LA Knight. But that little moment there where, you know, he's been given, 20-odd seconds? I don't even know if he's been given that. Where he's come down to the ring. He's had about 20 odd seconds. He's maximized it with trying to come up with, like, you know, I love that. Here's some directions where you can shove all these bottles of Prime, right? But WWE have just, like, shut him off. He's coming down, he's saying some entertaining stuff, and now they've just, like, shut him off. So, I mean, but maybe that's what they should do, because I think that him not getting opportunity is what has really driven his popularity. So again, you know, he's talking, he's saying some entertaining stuff, and then WWE have shut him off. I don't know if this isn't the strategy. I don't know if this is on purpose. I don't know if WWE are doing it on purpose. I don't know if I'm giving them too much credit. Hit him in the face. I can see Logan winning the... well, I don't want to see anything. Well, everyone in the match has come down, and the segment ends with Logan grabbing one of the briefcases and posing. He should unhook it, to be honest. They should have got it. Can he unhook it? I think is he having a look to see if he can unhook it? He should unhook it. He should unhook it, because he should grab it, unhook it, and be like, show him what it would look like if he actually wins it. Crowd boo him. If this dude wins, I'm done, said EST. Can I just say, and you know this to be true, I am a big fan of Money in the Bank winners going after mid-card belts. I am a big fan of it. I've always been for it. I've always been for it. I've always said, yes, mid-card belts. That's what Money in the Bank winners should go after. Mid-card belts. I've been a big believer in that from the start, and now that Logan's in this and it looks like he could win this, big fan. Big fan. Mid-card belts. Absolutely the right way forward for Money in the Bank winners. Because, you know, winning world titles, that's so overrated. That's definitely not something Logan Paul should be thinking about. But the US title. Oh, wow. It could be the best in all of the US. Yeah, amazing. What a guy. I love this company. Well, I'm sad now. All the joy's gone out of my life. I'm going to have to do a quick video, though. Let's talk about it. So, breaking news coming out of Raw, and it is that Logan Paul has announced that he will be in Money in the Bank. And I know what you're thinking. How did Logan manage to qualify for Money in the Bank? And it's a really good question, and one that we don't have an answer to. But he called up the authorities at the head office. They have told him that he is allowed to enter, and so that's it. He's in. He came down. He was actually on top of a ladder, and he had the 2 Money in the Bank briefcases above him. Of course, one for the guys, one for the women. And he was talking about how Cleveland is full of losers. He even mentioned how he had lost to Seth at WrestleMania. He mentioned how his brother had lost his last fight, of course, to Tommy Fury. And he was talking about the local sports teams. He was really healing it up. He was being a heel, laying into Cleveland, which is actually where he's from. But it was here he said he's going to change all of that. He's going to become a winner. He's going to give Cleveland something to be proud of, and said that he had spoken to the authorities, the higher-ups in WWE, and that they had added him. They had okayed him, accepted him to be an entrant in Money in the Bank. So that means that Logan is in Money in the Bank, and I think he's got a great chance of winning. WWE have actually spent a little bit of time telling people that the winner can go after mid-card titles. Now, there must be a reason as to why WWE have done this. And I think the reason why they've done this is because when Logan wins, I think then it's going to mean that we don't have him go after a world title, but he can go after a title. He can go after a mid-card championship. He can go after Austin Theory. There is no way he should be beating Gunther. There is no way, right? No way. There's not in this universe, not in any other universe should he be going after and defeating Gunther. But I could see him going after Theory, and I could see him cashing in at opportune moment. It might not even be that they have like a proper match. It'll be one of those where Theory's just had a match, he's tired, he's wore down. Down comes Logan, cashes in, wins a mid-card title. And honestly, it's got it written all over it. I could absolutely see it going that way. So that might even be like my pick, my prediction for this year. I did a quick video on Money in the Bank the other week, and we was talking about LA Knight, who I have to say was really good in this segment. Nakamura, we was talking about Damian Priest. Those seemed like the favorites to me, but I think there's a new favorite in town, and I think his name is Logan Paul. Right. Getting your thoughts. Are you happy? Are you sad? How you feeling? Hey, how you feeling? You all right? Do we need to start a therapy session? I could do that. I could do that for fans. Could be a new service I provide. 0800 days where I'm just like, listen, it's going to be all right, you know. It's going to be all right. Who's your favorite wrestler? Oh, I like LA Knight. Okay. Well, he's got a big future, right? I want you to focus on him. Don't worry about Logan. Just focus on LA Knight. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah! Logan Paul is added to Money in the Bank. Days, I've got a bet on Logan for months now at 15-1. Oh, Daddy's getting a new Lamborghini. I think it's a good bet, buds. I think it's a good bet. The match will be good. What, the ladder match? Yeah, they're always fun. Defcon Eric, shout out to you, said Seth trolls AEW wearing Jacksonville Jaguar colors. Did he? Is that on purpose, do you think? I don't remember what he was wearing. I don't know their colors, to be honest. So I don't know how coincidental that might be, or if it is something that he would have to go out of his way to do. I don't know. That's interesting. Favorite Vince story. I've been listening to Cornette. It's hilarious. My favorite is when he got drunk in the 80s and let the Hearts and LOD give him their finishers. I don't know if I've heard loads of Vince stories, to be honest. I mean, everything he does is just really about work. It might be another. I think this was on Bruce Pritchard's, where he was writing around his house, and because that's where they used to write, and he went outside, and I think every time he tried to talk, the gardener kept revving up like a chainsaw or something, whatever he was using in the garden, you know, a leaf blower or whatever it was, something like vacuum. It was something, vacuum, lawnmower. It was something that was like really noisy. But it would be every time he would talk. So he would go to, right, guys, here we go. And he would start to talk, and he was getting wound up. And he'd get really frustrated. And apparently it kept happening. And in the end, like, he lost it with the gardener, like really snapped at the gardener. And it was at this point that Pat Patterson stuck his head round and started laughing his head off. So apparently it was Pat Patterson that was ribbing Vince as they were like writing one of the shows. Pat Patterson had been doing it on purpose as Vince was trying to, every time he spoke, Pat Patterson was like revving this. They're just kids, man, aren't they? This is like, you know, a multi-million, this is in the 90s. Like, this is Cornette was there, so it'd be what midnight is. We're just on the verge of the Attitude Era, and this is the kind of stuff they're doing. Yeah, I remember the finisher one as well. That was apparently I heard the Legion of Doom gave Vince their finisher in a bar, and it was really weak, really, really weak. And apparently Brett turned to Anvil and he was like, "If we do it, we're doing it proper." And so they did it, and they did it. They took his head off. But I must admit, I haven't heard loads of Vince stories because, I mean, he was just work. You know, like that song. Work. I loved it. It's intense. Ricochet, Nakamura, Knight, Butch, Escobar, Priest, Paul, Money in the Bank. Mitchell, shout out to you. Said it's almost halftime score. Oh God, it is. Wow, that's gone quick. That's gone quick. So almost halftime scores. Where are you at? For fun, do you think halftime scores will match your final score? I'll say 7-5 for final. I actually think there'll be a decline in my score because the main event looks like it's going to be Kevin, Sami, Cody against Judgment Day, which just doesn't really do much for me, to be honest. Kind of goes back to the point I made earlier. And I might be alone in this, but I think in this day and age, I need matches to have a purpose. I'm so done with momentum matches. Momentum is it's pointless. It's rubbish. It doesn't mean anything. In a world of 50-50 booking, like momentum, it just doesn't mean anything. You might as well call it what it is, a time-filling match, a time-killing match. We've got 3 hours of Raw that we've got to fill, and so we're going to do this now. It doesn't mean anything. No one benefits. No one takes any steps forward. No one gets closer to a championship. No one gets further away from a championship. By next week, it's forgotten about, and we'll all just move on with our lives. So I don't know. This is why I don't mind it not being match, because I do think you would just get a lot of those types of matches where, you know, you could see some fun stuff in the ring, but I feel like you would also be, or I would largely just be like quite passive, and I just wouldn't really be that engaged. I need I need matches to have, like, you know, reason. Like, this person, if they win, they get a title shot. If they lose, they, you know, won't, or some sort of stipulation. Or you see, with this match, for example, if Riddle was to beat Ludwig, then he should be guaranteed a title shot against Gunther. Not next, just, you know, at some point. I don't think that stipulation is in this match, though. So, yeah, for that reason, I don't know what the second part of the show is going to carry. I suppose we've still got the Raquel match to come, though. I am looking forward to that, Raquel against Trish. I think that'll be good. And that has got some on the line. It's qualifying for Money in the Bank, so it matters. So I do like that. I don't know. I'm probably around about 7. Probably about a 7 at the moment. I've been entertained. I mean, to be honest, the show's gone really, really quick. Really, really quick. But my phenomenal figures, shout out to you. Logan against Gunther, dream match, says Trini. For who? For you. Dream match, right? Logan against Gunther. The reason I don't want to see it is because Gunther's going to have to. He ain't going to unless he's going to batter him. I mean, Gunther's one of the absolute best in-ring competitors. He is so hard hitting. You know, he's going to chop away. He's brutal. You know, heavy with his shots. I mean, unless he's going to show that there are levels and he's going to beat Logan and do it convincingly, I don't want to see Gunther selling to Logan Paul. No, I would have to see that, wouldn't I? And even worse, imagine if Logan was about to win and like Imperium like trip him over and Gunther just edges. I don't want to see that. I want to see that rubbish. Nah, I'm moody now. I've got into a mood. I'm being all moany and moody. Stupid Logan Paul. What do you think about the Cavender twins? Haven't seen them. They haven't done anything, so I don't know. Logan or dethrone Gunther, says Trini. You're just doing this to wind me up now. I'm on to you. I know your game. I know what you're doing. You found. I was all happy. I was all happy. I was like, oh yeah, this is good. I'm into this, blah blah blah. Yeah, it was all like this, and then you found a little chink in the armor, and then you're like that. Oh yeah. Trini, no, says Arlene. Cody is going to bring out the OC as his mystery partners, all Bullet Club alum. Word is they wrestle 6-man matches at house shows. So what, you think Cody or... But he needs 2 people, so what would that be, like Gallows and Anderson? Or AJ and... I don't know. I don't think it'd be Gallows and Anderson. I mean... You've got Sami and Kevin right there, and they're not booked for anything. As far as I know, I'm not aware of them doing a match tonight. But they're backstage. They're involved in this can you go the whole night without losing your cool. Cody was involved in bringing them together. So it would feel like that's the direction we're going. I mean... I don't know what you'd do with OC, because if you go Gallows and Anderson, that just feels a bit weird of 2 people for him to go and choose. But then why would he choose Anderson and AJ and not Gallows? I'm thinking Sami, Kevin. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. It happened once. Twice, actually. I thought Cody would win at WrestleMania, and I thought Drew would win at Clash at the Castle. Literally everything else I've been right about. Everything. Never got anything else wrong. That's why I think Logan will win at Money in the Bank, and that's why I'm super upset about it. Do you know when you eat roast beef, your farts are damn near nuclear? Blaze said, I appreciate your honesty. Blazed, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Right, here we go. Let's go. Cody and the Usos. But they're not... That's an interesting one, but they're not on Raw, are they? They're on SmackDown. I know that doesn't really matter. They used to be able to come to Raw, but that was when they had the tag belts. So they don't have the tag belts now, so they sort of lost their pass. And I think there's no real relationship between him and the Usos. It would be a bit weird for him to call out the Usos without us setting it up, you know? Because as far as we know, they've been a problem. They've been a thorn in his side. They've been part of the bloodline, which helped prevent him from winning the title at WrestleMania. So he probably does appreciate them more now. But I think I would need to see a segment first where we build some bridges, you know? And also, they're not Raw superstars. The reason they were on Raw before was because they had the belts. Although, to be honest, in this day and age, you don't really need a reason. We do get people that kind of flop between the shows. Right, Riddle against Ludwig. Knee strike by Riddle. Riddle's an interesting conundrum, isn't he? Because he is... To shoulder up. He is... I think him and Gunther would be good. He was at his best when he was with Randy and RK Bro. I think we've struggled since Randy went, but that's been a year now. Granted, Riddle did miss a lot of time because of his kind of wellness violation, rehab stint. But we're in an interesting place now. I don't know what we do. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we should lean too heavily into the bro stuff. We've done that. I think you do need still a part of that, but not as much as what we were doing before. But in-ring has always been really solid, really crisp. Here's Kaiser. Bro Derek. 1, 2, 3. Bro Derek wins it. Do you remember when Ludwig used to lose and Gunther would chop him as, like, punishment? That's a shame that stopped. Probably not for Ludwig. Here's Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni... Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was Giovanni Vinci. I just wanted to say the words. It's Gunther. Is Vinci out injured at the moment? I seem to recall he wasn't around last week either. Oh. No, Giovanni Vinci. Kaiser is a jobber. Oof. Mitchell said Cody, Stardust, and that dashing guy. That's the one. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, man, that'd be... Imagine if 2 Stardusts... If this was like 1993, we could have Cody and 4 Stardusts in a Survivor Series match. Okay, so Riddle is in pain. He is in serious pain. Riddle just beats Ludwig. Gunther attacks after. Cody, Goldust, and Brandy. Oh, now we're talking. Trini says, Logan for Prez. Do you like my new name? You inspired it. Your new name, just like you, sucks. Brenton said, Vince Omnibus is 7.5 hours long. One story you hear is a WWE writer being pulled by Steph and told he nodded too much for Vince. He was fired after a couple of weeks. If Logan Paul wins, I riot, says Corey. John said, that brings back unpleasant memories of the multiple fake stings. David said, Riddle will now have to smoke double what he normally does. Sergeant Sugar said, let's go, Logan. What's this? Hang on, what's this? Logan Paul banned from the USA, said Justin. Yeah, now we've got him. That's true. That's true. This one of the worst moments in the history of wrestling, Logan Paul winning Money in the Bank. Looks like it's going to take place on English soil. You have soiled this great country of mine. How? You couldn't even book this travesty in your own country. You're having to come over here and do it in mine. It's a flipping disgrace. It's a disgrace. Halftime scores. Time for halftime scores. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Let's go. Let's go. So, 6.5 says Kian. 7.5 says Kian. Maureen with a 7. Daniel with a 5.5. John said 6.19. Logan's at 10. LS Dub said 6.75. Justin, 8. Anna, 5. Miss Mayhem, 6.5. Mark with a 7. Zoom Station with a 6. It's going quick now. Aaron with a 6.75. KSI enters, knocks Logan off the ladder and wins it. I'm calling it, says WWE Fan 1000. JB said 5.75. Louise said 6.5. Kappa said 6.5. My Phenomenal Figures said 6. Matty with a 6.5. Sonny with an 8. Robert with a 7. Theo with an 8. Logan won't win Money in the Bank after wrestling Roman for the belts recently. Stone with a 5.5. Erase Your Mind said 7. Aubrey Edwards, hashtag 1000 Days Roman, says 8. Andrew with a 7. John with a 4. Jesse with a 7.25. Richard Jr. with a 9.44. Andrew with a 7. Dan with a -2 because of Logan Paul. Bryson with an 8. Virus with a 7.5. Mitchell with a 7, but it says it could be a 7.5 depending on the ending. Shaquem with a -1. David with a 7.25. Mr. Unfamiliar says 5. Logan wins. Let Him In said 6.5. WWE Fan 1000 says 7.7. Trini said 6. 10 out of 10 for Logan. Hey, Trini, do you remember when your ex cheated on you and you messed up his car? I think I know why he did that. You're annoying. Just saying. Riddle injured. Right, we've got Imperium confronting Kevin Owens and Sami. Can't you just get to the point? Bets on pause. We have to deal with this. There's a sitch. There's a sitch. Shush. Shush, please. Right. When British sarcasm gets raw. Monday Night Raw. Halftime score 10 out of 10, said Derek. Right, here we go. It is time for Alpha Academy. Now, they've been feuding with Viking Raiders. Alpha Academy. Yeah, Maxine has been dealing with Valhalla. So it feels like we're going to take another step forward there tonight. KO stuff is actually cracking me up. It is fun, says Mitchell. They'll be Cody's partners. Can Seth curb stomp Logan into a cinder block? Maybe, can we chuck him in the Tower of London or something? We've got some pretty funky stuff over here in the UK. Okay, we're seeing Gable earlier today. Are you ready to do this? Last week you did good. She'll be ready this week. Don't get cocky. Don't get arrogant. All in the hips. It's all in the hips. It's all in the hips, baby. Are you ready? Suplex. Oh, we never got to actually see her do the suplex. Oh, this was fun. It's all in the hips. Here's Valhalla. Valhalla. So, Alpha Academy. Otis can be funny, man. He can be funny. Raids. Yeah. Raid. Those days are gone. Never caught on, did it? Never caught on. Unless Triple H put in Logan's new contract, he can win Money in the Bank. That's why he's been added, says Kian. I think Logan's said, look, how do I get to a belt? These people hate me. They'll hate me even more if I have a belt. And they've gone, okay, let's try and come up with an idea. How do we get you to a belt? I would think one way to do it would have been to put him in a tag team and have him win the tag belts. You know? Give him the 24/7, but we don't have that anymore. So I think they could be going this way. And look, I just want some of you will be into it, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ring ding ding, ring a ding ding. Okay, so it is Alpha Academy against Viking Raiders tag match, but obviously Valhalla and Maxine are going to play a part here. Thank you. Valhalla versus Maxine Money in the Bank kickoff show, says Boomers. John said maybe Triple H will do a swerve with Logan, trying to sucker us into thinking he's going to win when he won't. Maybe. Nakamura wins Money in the Bank, said Aaron. Is this singles match? Tag match. Ledge Killer, hello, hope you're well. They won last week. I'm still in shock, says AB Jobson. WWE having a ladder match to get a shot at a title. Why don't any of the challengers just answer Seth's open challenge on Raw? Well, it's a good question. My answer would be, we don't know how hard it is to answer that challenge. I mean, only one person can answer it. And it does seem quite civilized, actually. I don't know the process. I would imagine if you knew that Seth was having an open challenge, wouldn't you just be waiting in Gorilla to be the first person out? It is, I suppose, a bit of a surprise we don't see more fighting in the entranceway as people are trying to make their way down to answer that challenge. So I don't actually know the process. I don't know if it's done by, like, it'd be good if WWE did it as a random draw, you know? You know, we've got, like, everyone wants to be a part of it. Everyone that wants to be a part is in this tombola, and, you know, we've hand selected, and it'd be good how we knew how it happened. Because the idea that there's just one person that answers the open challenge is, I mean, no, clearly that's not what would happen. So they could, you know, in kayfabe, try and answer that open challenge, but we don't know how hard it is to actually answer the challenge. Because I'd imagine there's quite a few that in kayfabe want that opportunity. The other thing as well is that if you win Money in the Bank, you can then cash in at the absolute prime moment. You know, when the champ is down, defeated, beaten, vulnerable, that's when you can cash in. So, you know, not when he's fresh and ready for a fight. So this is why winning Money in the Bank is, you know, it's something which is very valuable. You can carry it around. The other thing as well is that if you answer the open challenge, that's you taking your shot that week. If you've got Money in the Bank, you can walk around for a year with that briefcase. You are someone. Just having Money in the Bank makes you someone. You are Mr. Money in the Bank, Mrs. Money in the Bank, Miss Money in the Bank. And so you are significant because the fans are looking at you going, is that the next world champion? Is that the next world champion? And every pay-per-view, you can be like, I'm going to cash in. And the fans will be like, is he going to cash in? Is she going to cash in? Are they going to cash in? So it makes you relevant and it keeps you in the conversation, potentially for 12 months or as long as you want, to Chad Gable. So there's definite benefits to winning Money in the Bank. Definite benefits over just answering the open challenge. But they could go that way as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the people in this match get a shot at Seth in one of those challenges. Suplex by Maxine! Maxine suplexes Valhalla! Yeah! Oh, Chad was distracted. Oh, no. They were celebrating Maxine. And whilst that was happening, it meant the Viking Raiders picked up the win. They celebrated the wrong thing. They should have celebrated winning the match, but they celebrated Maxine doing a suplex. Yeah, thank you. Right, here's Judgment Day. Here's Dom. Dom. Yeah. You guys are on the same page. Finn's like, cool. Right now, I've got my own business to handle against Natalia. You guys are okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Perhaps Finn found out that Logan's been added to Money in the Bank. You all right, Finn? Yeah, yeah, it's all right. It's cool. You're all right, yeah. I've been better. Are you sure? You seem like someone's saying, no, it's all right, Right, Rhea's making her way out. I like that finish. Yeah, it was good. Rhea looks different without makeup. What do you mean? Definitely has got makeup on. I don't think human lips are normally that black. Or even her eyes. Or even her eyebrows. She doesn't, I think what she doesn't have is normally doesn't she have like a little something on here? Like she might even have that actually. Normally it's like a DM or RR heart DM or it's normally something to do with Dom. I think she did. I can't quite see it. She seems to have something there. Sign in the crowd said, we want Liv. Well, don't know if you've heard. She's got an injury, so... Rhea beating Natalia again. Seriously, Rhea is the only one that doesn't sound like she's reading a cue card in Judgment Day segments. Maxine Dupree had an awesome interview with Corey Graves on YouTube today, says Theo. I had trouble sleeping. Need bags and I to go away. Trini, stay strong. Okay, we are an hour and 15 minutes away. Hour and 15 minutes away, my friends. WWE on BT Sport. Corey referenced the Rhea tweet. What was the Rhea tweet? Maybe KSI will come out with Logan Paul and maybe do some dumbass show with Prime. Even the spots WWE have highlighted specific spots, individuals in any brawl. The camera forces viewers to focus on individual wrestlers, not all the action at the same time, says William. Liv would be a perfect challenger for Rhea right now. Yeah, she would. She would. When Mammy and Dom Dom split, who goes heel and who goes face? I don't know that they will, to be honest. I mean, I don't know that they will turn on each other. I don't know that we actually need either of them to turn heel and turn face, because I think Dominic's working so much better as a heel. I really wouldn't turn him face. I'd keep him heel. He's getting nuclear heat. You wouldn't want to throw that away. So, certainly not Dominic. So, if I had to turn someone, I would turn Rhea. But I wouldn't even want to turn Rhea. To be honest, I think she is doing really well as a heel also. So, I think if you split them, we don't have to turn someone face. You could just split them up, you know. Dominic could have his heart broken and go off, but still continue to be a heel. Heels can hurt heels. That's the truth. Poor tag team representation is the fault of the production team, says William. A fan tweeted a picture of his juices, and I believe Rhea retweeted it. Oh, did she? Okay, well, I didn't see that. I'm quite pleased I didn't see that. To be honest, if she has done that, there should be some sort of repercussion from WWE because, you know, this is a PG product and the kids that are watching this could likely follow her Twitter account. That kind of content doesn't belong on official WWE superstar pages. So I never heard about that. I didn't hear about that. But if she has done that and it is an image and it's graphic, then there should be some sort of repercussion there. I'm sorry to be a stickler, guys, but I'm just thinking of the kids. Yeah. We're all adults. We're adults, right? We can look after ourselves, but there are young, vulnerable minds out there that do not need to be subjected to that kind of content, right? I'm sorry. I blame Logan. To be honest, you know, it's only been since he's come into the company that things have started to wobble. Yeah. And now I'm hearing about Rhea doing this, and you're telling me they're not connected? Come on. Somehow, I haven't quite worked it out yet, but somehow this is Logan's fault. Right, we've got Natalya backstage. WWE fan, shout out to you. Second chance, says Natalya. A chance for me to prove to myself. Yeah, she was a bit lost. Do you remember the other week? She was like really lost. She was like, I don't know who I am anymore. What happened at Night of Champions rocked me to my cure. I'm just trying to figure out where I fit in. Tonight's a second chance. She's going to get messed up again, isn't she? So she's talking about a chance to show she still belongs. Okay, so Natalya against Rhea. Oh, Rhea attacks Natalya. She's attacked her straight out of the gates. It's nice. Natalya gave some kids her glasses. I've met Natalya. I met her on a toy hunt. I was out and about, and I was doing a toy hunt at the time, but not in like a toy shop. I was just in the city centre. And I went into Boots, which is like a place where you can get, I suppose the closest in America might be like a Walgreens type thing. You know, you can get stuff for toothpaste, you can get shampoos, you can get, you know, I don't know, prescription things in there. So like a Walgreens. So I went into, we've got them, they're called Boots. And I went into this Boots and she was in there and she seemed to be looking, I think it was like for some hair color sort of stuff. And she was with someone as well. I never paid attention who she was. She might have been with like Sasha or someone. I have no idea. But she was with someone running around desperately trying to find this thing. And I was like, oh, can I get a picture? She was lovely, man. She was like, yeah. Thank you. I think it came out blurry. I did include it in the video. It came out a bit blurry. But she was lovely, man. Even in a rush, even though she was running around and clearly, pushed for time, she still took that time to have a quick picture. Bottom line, she's a better person than me. She's a better person than me. Right, so no match, basically. Rhea jumps Natalya, and we don't get in a match. We just get a beat down. Now we've got Raquel. I can't help but mention what Rhea just did to Natalya. Oh. Look at the size of Raquel. She towers over Rhea. Rhea isn't ready for Raquel Rodriguez. That's actually Asuka's thing. She stole it. Rhea looked a bit took aback there that someone just spoke to her that way. Here's Raquel. Yeah, man. Let's go. Whoa, look at that back. Oh, yeah. Amazing. The greatest back in all of sports. To be honest, I still don't know what I'm meant to be impressed with. There's not a single thing really about that back that impresses me. She might as well come out and show me her ankle. It's the exact same thing. I'd just be like, yep, there's, I don't know what I'm meant to be impressed with. Am I meant to be impressed with the definition? I don't know. I've never been educated on what I need to look for in some woman's back. Do you know what I mean? It's just there. It's just a back. I don't get it. She's so proud of it. She absolutely loves it. She does have a beautiful big back, said Alex. It's a bodybuilder thing. Well, this is why it's lost on me. It's lost on me. Maybe she's showing some muscles on her back that aren't normally there. Perhaps there's a few little bumps or something that normally, the 5 people that are interested in bodybuilding that watch this show and maybe sat there going, I can't believe her trapezoid is so well developed. Yeah, perhaps there's people that are like, oh my God, man, she is so put together. I have never seen such an amazing definition on the lapel 7. The lapel 7 muscle is absolutely jacked. It's just like it's about that big. Just to the top of, just sits the top of the spinal column. It's just about that big, the muscle. I don't know what I'm meant to be looking for. But week after week, I get shown it. And week after week, I'm like, yeah. I'm actually, think of all the hours that you spent looking at her back. If you put all that time together from NXT on the main roster, right? Might only be a few seconds, 4 or 5 seconds, something like that. You put it together, you might have lost hours of your life. Hours of your life just looking at Raquel's back, not knowing what you're meant to be looking at. Those are hours I will never get back. I will never get them back. It's got to be the most asked question she gets. Must be. I can't be the only one that if I was to meet Raquel, I'd be like, Raquel, just one question. You've probably been asked this before. When you show us your back, what am I meant to be looking at? What am I meant to be admiring? Am I the only one that doesn't know? Do you get asked this much? She might go, do you know what? No one's ever asked me that before. But in my mind, everyone asks it. Literally, if she had 100 people waiting to meet her. She'll be asked it 100 times. 100 times people will be like, you know, when you show your back, why do you do that? Why do you do that? What's that about? I don't know. Give me a break of that Kit Kat, said Josh. Is that a sex thing? Imagine Roman gets his revenge against Jimmy and Jay, says Amin. Raquel the Back Rodriguez. Retribution said her back is gorgeous. And I'm not even into bodybuilding. Yeah, but what do you like about it? What do you like about it? I'm not even joking. I don't know what I'm meant to... I have no feelings about it whatsoever. I don't even look at it and go, oh. I have no emotion. Akira Tozawa said, if you're looking for a partner, Cody, I'm your man. Thank you. Thank you. I love your hair. Don't think Cody's going to go that way. It's Sammy, Kevin. Probably going to go this way, isn't he? He'll regret that. Could have had Akira Tozawa. I'm your man. I forgot Akira still worked there. I just had an offer. I didn't accept. Let's go punch people. I'm your man. Akira Tozawa and Cody segment. That was pretty fun. Oh, look at that. Tower Bridge, the London Eye, Big Ben. Have we seen that UK CGI before? London. The world's capital. Here's Trish. Imagine Imperium with Cody. Oh. Thank you, Trish. T-shirt on. Corey, thanks Trish as well. Raquel does Rhea lat spreads. Oh. For like bread and toast. That's a good idea. You can get JR's barbecue sauce. And Liv, I think, sells like candles or something you can burn. But that's good. That makes sense, doesn't it? Raquel Rodriguez spread. You just go, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Pop it on your toast. She's Latin, isn't she? So she's probably going to have a little bit of Latino heat. A nice hot sort of. I don't know what it would be actually. Nice hot spread. I don't even know what I'm on about anymore. You should do a charity boxing match. We would support you, says Davids. Yeah, I'm sure you would, but you wouldn't be the one getting punched in the face, would you, Davids? Huh? Think about that. Jim says, poor Akira Tozawa. Zokiller said it's all about the glutes. Which I think was a Meghan Trainor song. Thank you, Trish. Days, there's something awfully sexy about a strong and built woman and getting dominated and suffocated by them. You get all that from just seeing her back. You see her back and you get suffocation. That is a jump, man. That is a jump. You are jumping. Right? I see her back. You see domination and suffocation, right? We are on different wavelengths. We are on different wavelengths. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know. Is that what I'm meant to think about? I'm meant to think about being suffocated when I see her go like that. I'll give it a go next time. Trish in the corner. Don't worry. It'd only take one punch and you would be out. That's true. Cow, let's go. Oh. Right, we got Trish in the corner. Is it? Where's that gone? Where did that? I literally just typed those words out. It's disappeared. Trish, kick out by... Let's try again. Okay, I don't know what's going on right now. It seems to have changed colour. That's changed colour, hasn't it? I never changed the colour of that. Why has that changed colour? Is it a different font? What the hell's going on? I don't know what's happened with the text box. That's a different font. Not only has it changed colour, it's changed font. I don't know. Right. It's not like us to get technical problems, is it? Okay, we've got Raquel in the corner being choked by Trish. She's been suffocated. She's been suffocated, Retribution! Ah! I've made the connection. If Trish gets a spot in Money in the Bank, I bet Trish will face Becky for the SmackDown Women's Championship. But hang on, there's a whole lot of problems with that. First of all, Becky's not champion. Second of all, there is no SmackDown Women's Championship. Third of all, they're both in the ladder match. To kick out... I tell you what, we've been on a wild ride these past few weeks because that sentence around WrestleMania, pre-WrestleMania, would make sense. It would make sense. Even though, when was Becky champion? Becky hasn't been champion since SummerSlam last year, has she? So, in order for that to make sense, she'd have to go back to SummerSlam, and I think she was Raw Women's Champion as well. I don't even think she had the SmackDown belt at SummerSlam. Oh, I love it. I love that comment. That is my favorite comment of the night so far. I love that comment. Because in a weird way, it sort of makes sense. But then in another way, it makes absolutely no sense. Raquel, you know what he means by that? He means he wants her in bed, says Kia. I think you're right, dude. I think that's exactly what he means. Dirty little pup. Right. Raquel scooping up Trish. We've got Zoe Starks at ringside. Trish goes to the outside of the ring. Oof, man, that clothesline by Raquel was brutal. Trish gets thrown in the ring, and here's Zoe. She takes the leg out. Oh no! Oh no! Now Raquel goes into the ring posts. 1, 2, kick out by Raquel. It's advantage Trish. Come on, Raquel. Oh, here's big time. Here's big time. Zoe goes into the barricades. Big time has come down. Oh, Zoe's being chucked all over the place. Now Trish has come down. Oh, now Trish has gone into the barricades. Now the bell has sounded. Don't DQ, Raquel. Don't DQ. Oh, no, don't do it. Trish wins. Trish wins by DQ after Becky interferes. What have you done? I mean, could Raquel go to Adam Pearce and be like, look, this ain't me. I ain't got nothing to do with this. You've got to put me in. Is she going to lose it now with Becky? I mean, it's good. I've got no problem with it. The only thing is, I wish Raquel could get added as well. So, Trish, Zoe, Io, Bailey, Becky, Zelina. That is the lineup. Them two face-to-face is pretty cool. I had her. What's that? Or he was waving a magazine around. Well, I don't know what that's about. Is someone in a magazine? I could see Trish winning Money in the Bank, said Russell with Andy. Becky cost Raquel the match. Trish and Becky street fights. They added Logan. Raquel should be added. Yeah, I don't... Live in looks... Okay. Trish beats Raquel. DQ. Becky. Trish and Zoe versus Becky and Lita. What if Raquel joined Trish to make a new faction? That'd be pretty good, actually. She might... Seth against Braun tomorrow at Gold Rush. Yeah, I mean, I suppose she could be the muscle. I feel like she's right on the verge, though, of, like, really competing on a regular basis for championships. So I don't know if she can play that kind of enforcer position in a faction for very long. But if you say haven't got any plans for Raquel to win a title, say for this year, maybe you're looking at maybe WrestleMania next year. I think by next year she's right in the mix. So maybe you could do like 6 months of it or something. Little something. Here's Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker. If you think what Finn did to Seth tonight is bad, I'm going to hurt Seth. It's going to hurt him. Really freaking bad. I'm going to hurt Seth freaking Rollins really freaking bad. Get used to seeing this face a lot more on Monday nights. I like the slow cadence. Love him as a heel. I like the look as well, like the black with the chain around his neck. I like the slow delivery. Quite quiet as well. Good. Well done, Brum. Bum. Good promo from Brum. Cadence is a great word. She's married to Johnny Gargano. Best Bron promo so far right there. Seth is already hospitalized. You mean medical facility did? Right. Shinsuke in the ring. Days Io should win Money in the Bank and then feud with Rhea. That would be great. Kathy said, Jada. Why didn't Raw just draft him if he was going to be on the show anyway? He's ready, says Blip. Well, there was rumors that he might be coming up around SummerSlam time. So I don't think he's coming up just yet. But to be honest, I can understand why they didn't do it. You do want your draft to have plenty of, movement and for it to be exciting. And there was a good chunk of NXT stars that got called up. And I think there was surprise that there was no Carmelo or Braun or a few other names. But there was still plenty that got called. In fact, some of the names that got called up were very surprising, like Zion Quinn and Odyssey Jones, who we haven't seen anything of. But they were part of the draft. But anyway, I think someone like Braun, where you've got he's got a bright future. I think with Braun, they are looking at when he does come up, really going and investing in him. And I think right now, with everything that's going on, they're probably not in the position where they can commit to promoting him the way they want to. But after SummerSlam, once we've told a few stories, done a few things, there could be a bit of a gap in the market to bring him up and do something. The other thing as well, though, is that the main roster is getting a bit bloated. And I don't know what we're going to do with everyone. Back in the day, we would have done some releases, and I'm really glad we haven't. But we can't keep everyone around forever. You can't keep bringing up NXT talent, keep filling up that main roster. There's going to have to be some contracts that are allowed to expire, But to be honest, I think there's a load that expire next year because of, I think a lot of contracts were handed out in 2019, 2020, 4-year, 5-year deals to try and counter AEW. And I think there's a good few deals that are coming up next year. I would imagine some of those will not be renewed. But equally, WWE don't want to go giving a load of big names, good names to AEW, So it's going to be interesting to see what WWE do. I would say the same thing for EO, but I would do a lot more with EO in bed, says Keon. Well, Keon, she might be hard to keep down. She is the genius of the sky. She could be bouncing all over the place. You might be getting a bit fruity, a bit frisky, and all of a sudden, boom, moonsault. I think people are back in Raquel, like many are back in LA Knight. No puns intended, says Alan. Yeah. Would you be excited to see Bray back as the Fiends? Yeah. Or would you be less excited? We know his original return didn't meet the company or people's expectations. I want to get your take, says Blake. Well, I am brutally honest to the point where it can upset people. And everyone knows, and I'm not banging on about it, I'm not a fan of the supernatural stuff in wrestling. What I enjoy are two people battling to be the best, to try and outdo each other. When we see people cheating to try and get an advantage, and we see people training and putting the work in and learning new moves, we watch them. We're watching Chad Gable train Maxine so that she can improve her skills. And we watch Diamond Mine down in NXT, and we watch, Cody having to try and recover from an injury. These are humans that are trying to improve. And I just really struggle with the supernatural stuff because it's just a bit cheap to me. It's just I can do this. I've got the power to do this. No one else can do it. I can do it. I struggle with that. And for me, The Fiend really started to go too far down that road. So I would love The Fiend if he came back, but was sort of quite human in presentation. He had vulnerabilities. He had weaknesses. There was ways to beat him. But it doesn't mean that he can't be cool. I mean, like, I loved The Fiend when he first started, you know? I thought it was really good. But then for me, I started to struggle with the character because it started to become more and more supernatural. So I think it's fine to kind of be in that grey area. I think it's fine to be interesting, be different, play mind games. But I also think for me, there's a line which I think the Fiend crossed it. So do I want the Fiend back? Yeah, I'll have the Fiend back. Just want to hear what Becky's saying. Nakamura in the ring. So Becky said if she goes down in a blaze of glory, she will take Trish Stratus and Zoe with her. So yeah, in regards to Fiend, I'll have him back. I'd like him to be presented as quite human, vulnerable, to have weaknesses. That doesn't mean I want him to see him get beaten or anything like this. Like, you can still have him be a beast, be a monster. You can still book him to be, like, you know, incredible. And I don't mind the funhouse, don't mind the mind games, all that kind of stuff. I think that's what people want, to be honest. I think people want the Fiend. They want, because he's cool. He looks cool. His entrance is cool. He's cool. I must say, though, I thought his character at Royal Rumble was really cool. I don't know if you've gone back and watched the Pitch Black match, but after, he puts another mask on, which we don't know if that's a different persona or what that is. But he puts this other mask on, and he's huge. Bray is huge. He is, you know, he's got some serious bulk, Bray has. I thought he looked so good. I remember watching the Pitch Black match, and once it was over and he put that mask on and he was like stalking LA Knight, I was like, that looks like a world champ right there. That looks like a world champion. That guy looks like the final boss. All right. He looks so good. But then, prime example, we go into the Bray silliness where we go on a platform. He looks up. You got Uncle Howdy, who looks goofy, drops an elbow, right? There's loads of angles where you can see the elbow misses by a mile. Then you've got the people dressed in the puppet masks that are like leaning over the sides. I don't think those costumes look very good at all. And again, like, I don't know if we just try too hard. I think that beast that we saw in the Pitch Black match at the end, that version of Bray, looks sick. And like, if you just took that and worked with that and had that as like an alter ego and like give it a bit of mythology, give it a background, all that kind of stuff. Man, there is no way you can look at that guy and not see a world champion. He looked like a final boss. He looked absolutely awesome. Great size, bulked out. Like, do you know what I mean? He just looks so good. Howdy doesn't look good. And those puppet costumes don't look good. They're fine. They served a purpose for when he first came in at Extreme Rules. But I think that's all they were meant to be. We haven't used them since. The only other time they appeared was at the Rumble. You know, there was a lot of people that were trying to work out who was behind those masks. And I said at the time, look at the costumes. These are not meant to be long-term things. I didn't even bother trying to work out who was playing the characters. There's people going, I think that's Bo. I think that's Alexa. I think that's... No. They're jobbers from NXT. All you've got to do is look at the costumes. If you look at the costumes, it's flipping paper mache, right? It's the kind of thing that kids will make on a weekend. These costumes are put together quickly because it's something they wanted to do to bring Bray back. They wanted to bring the characters to life. They're not a major focus of the segment. They're just a nice little touch. Like, here's the puppets brought to life, right? But if we were going to spend some serious money and really make those costumes looking good, then I think they would have looked a lot better. You've only got to look at some of the fantastic concept designs that have come out from like Kyle Scarborough, who does, Jason as well. Some of the stuff they post of some of their ideas for Bray are so incredible. And a lot of their masks and everything are so dark and twisted. There's some really good stuff that they've shown, which I think if the puppets were really being brought to life and were going to be used on a regular basis, I think we would have gone with a much more interesting, darker, better produced as well. I don't want to knock the quality of it too much, but they did just look like they were only meant for one appearance. So yeah, to me, like that stuff's just kind of can get in the way a little bit sometimes. So yeah, bring him back, but I think the way you present him, just like with everything in WWE, you've really got to be careful about how you do it, because certainly with Bray, it constantly walks that fine line of being really cool, really impressive, OMG, and cringe, right? It walks a fine line because it's a little bit like how humor and sadness, comedy and drama are so heavily connected. In theatre, they say you can't have the one without the other. It's like, these two opposites are really quite close. That's why a lot of stand-up comedians make fun of like tragic things, because humor and tragedy are really, close bedfellows. I think the same is true of, like incredible OMG moments and cringe moments. They are also really close. It is also a fine line. And I think for some, it has just strayed into that cringe sometimes. Not all the time, though. This isn't, these things can get taken out of context. I'm not knocking what he's done. I said he was brave to come back and not bring back the Fiend. I thought that was brave because he could have done it. He could have come back and brought the Fiend back, but he didn't. Instead, he told a new story and tried something different and tried to involve his brother. And we don't even know what the story was going to quite be because we never got a chance to really finish it. But I thought it was very brave for him to try something different. But on reflection, I think we can say it didn't hit as strong as The Fiend did. On reflection, I think we can say, as of now, The Fiend is loved more than what this character is. So, yeah, I think we would have got The Fiend. I don't know how The Fiend would have been. I don't know if it would have been supernatural, a little bit supernatural, not supernatural. I don't know. But there's definitely a place for The Fiend in WWE, and there's definitely a place for Bray Wyatt in WWE. But it's just the presentation has got to be perfect. And it's hard. It's really hard. Really, really hard. Because you are talking about someone that is so different, so creative, really pushing the boundaries of what we see in pro wrestling and what we see in WWE, He's going to those places that like Papa Shango would operate at, or Undertaker sometimes would operate at. And there's not many superstars that have kind of gone to those areas, gone to those places. So it's difficult. It is difficult. Sometimes got it right, sometimes got it wrong. We are underway with Nakamura and Bronson. We were just at commercial break, by the way. 35 minutes left to go. Do you think that Tommaso Ciampa in 2018 against Johnny is better than Dom? Everyone hated him and he wanted him hurt. He had no theme and he came out to pure booze. I think he was a better heel, but I don't think he was hated more. I mean, the heat that Dominic gets is loud. I mean, it's to the point where he struggles to, finish his promos and talk. I mean, you couldn't even hear tonight exactly what he was saying because the crowd were all over him. So I can't say that Tommaso had bigger heat. I can't say, and some of that comes down to the crowds, I mean, the crowds for Raw are bigger than the crowds for just a normal NXT. And it was only once in a while we would get NXT in an arena like this. But he was a great heel. I would say he was a better heel because I think Dominic's heat is very cheap. It's very cheap. You know, it's him going after his dad, which people just won't tolerate. It's him telling his mom to shut up, which is what resulted in Ray finally hitting him. Yeah. It's him just cheating in his matches. It's really simple stuff. It's the same level as laying into the local sports team, you know? So I think like Tommaso was a more advanced heel and didn't have to go for such cheap heat to get his heat. But I can't say that his heat was greater. Bronson with a splash. Looks like Bronson's getting the win here. Don't know what this means. I don't think it means anything. Bronson beats Nakamura. There was Ricochet that was sort of getting involved on the outside. So Nakamura knocked into Ricochet. That allowed Bronson to get the advantage. And Bronson secures the victory. So Bronson beats Nakamura. Ricochet involved. Bronson wins. Ricochet is a good heel. He was a heel in Lucha Underground, said A.B. Jobson. Oh, he was so good as Prince Puma, wasn't he? That was a cool character. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Cody, Sammy, Kevin, Judgment Day. That's our main event tonight. Got just over half an hour to go, so guessing we've got something else before we get to that. Bronson finally over with the crown, maybe getting added to Money in the Bank, said Bryson. Nakamura needs a Mr. Fuji. Oh, that's so good. That's really good. I like that. James Wagner, shout out to you, buds. I don't know if I read this. James said, are the payrolls and expenses of NXT, Raw, and SmackDown separate? Do you think or pulled together? I think they're separate. I think there's a budget for the main roster and then expenses for the main roster, which I'm sure is probably broken down into Raw and SmackDown. And then NXT has a budget. NXT's got its own budget. So NXT definitely has got its own expenses, its own roster costs, staff costs, all that kind of stuff. I don't know for a fact that Raw and SmackDown is separated or if it's just treated as a just main roster, but I would imagine it is separate. Because they can then keep tabs of, you know, both brands, basically, both shows. I'd imagine it's separate because, for example, Fox, SmackDown's on Fox, isn't it? Whereas Raw is on USA Network, and SmackDown brings in a different amount of money compared to Raw, and brings in different viewers as well. And so your budget is probably set according to the money that the show brings in. You know, it might be that SmackDown gets Roman and Ronda and all them people because they pay more money for that. You know, there's Fox pay more for SmackDown than USA pay for Raw. And so, I would imagine that it's all separate. When it's reported, though, of course, it's all pulled together. That all, you know, bottom line, they'll know what their overall expenses are, you know, but it'll be broken down into separate sections. Same with head office as well. That'll have its own, won't it? And not only that, but I know like UK office had its own. So all the different offices around the world, I don't know how many offices they've got, but I know they've got one in the UK. Their main headquarters, of course, are in America, in Connecticut. But I know there was a UK office because I know some of the people that work there. And I know some of the people that got released from there. So I know that they've got their own budget that they have to work to. I'm still confused about two things. How do you feel about Logan in Money in the Bank? I feel like you must have stepped away from the stream for a while. I bet you like Money in the Bank winner being able to go after mid-card belts too, right? You've either stepped away from the stream or you've stayed on the stream and you're just taking a leaf out of Trini's book, aren't you? Is Brenton actually Trini's burner account? That's my question. WWE were hopeful of having Bray face Bobby at SummerSlam. There's no word if that will happen. I'm told his return is getting closer. WWE is aware and exploring multiple options, says Theo. Moz, Dev Fan, said, Days, who was the 2020 Money in the Bank winner? Is it Otis or Miz? Plus, imagine if we had a Battle Royal match for the Money in the Bank. So it was won by Otis. Didn't the briefcase fall into his hands? Because the 2020 Money in the Bank is the one that's from their headquarters. I remember Asuka winning the women's, and then the next night it was revealed that actually in the briefcase was the belt, not a contract for the belt. And I think for the guys, that was the Otis one. And it was on top of the headquarters. Fun little match that, actually. Had some nice little moments. Remember AJ and Daniel fighting in Vince's office? That was cool. Here's Seth. I won't stop. Ron. I'll be at NXT. So Seth said, I'm not going to make any excuses. I'll be at NXT. And Finn. There's the guy that beat me 7 years ago. Welcome back. Money in the Bank. Love that. So Seth says, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Braun. And he also says, there's the guy that beat me 7 years ago. Welcome back. I love that. That's really good. Because it does feel like that, doesn't it? That edge. That version of Balor. Where's he been? Welcome back. Big Bad Bron Breakker going down and still, says Bryson. I'm so excited for the main event. What do you think is going to win? I don't know, actually. I think it would, you know, there's so much talent on that Cody, Sami, Kevin side. But you know the Judgment Day are going to cheat. I really don't know. I mean, you've got to give Dominic some reason to go into Money in the Bank with something to gloat about. So I don't know if we don't get... Could we get Dominic pinning Cody? Could we have loads of action? Damian knocking out Cody, or Cody getting caught with something, or I don't know what. And then in comes Dominic scrambling in just to get the glory, just to get the 1, 2, 3. I don't know what purpose it serves having Sami, Kevin, and Cody win here. What purpose does that serve? How does that build Money in the Bank? I'm going to say Judgment Day win, thanks to plenty of cheating. Dominic pins Cody? That'd be big, in all fairness. That would be big. I can't see that, though. I can't see it. Would they really have Dominic pin Cody? I mean, if you want to make Money in the Bank a bit juicier, makes sense. Well, let's find out. Something, Cody Rhodes. I'm no one's burner account. I'm an internationally recognized superstar, says Brenton. I thought so, Brenton. I thought so. Brock interference distraction. Dom pins Cody, question mark. I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if Brock's here, but he could be. God, all these kids get given everything, don't they? Natalia gave that kid some glasses. This kid gets the weight belt. He's got a red weight belt now, and he always signs a load. I think if you go to Raw or Raw. If you go to Raw, you should be able to get them. Like, limited. He signs, I don't know, 50, 100. And then they sell them at the stands, the merch stands. I don't know how much they are, actually. How much are they on WWE Shop? The signed ones will be more, of course. I don't know how much they retail for. Don't forget, guys, if you are buying anything from WWE Shop, use the link in the description. It helps the channel. Does it help you? No. Deal with it. What? Okay, scrap 50. It's $115. Cody, mate. Bret Hart used to give out like $10 glasses that kids could buy with their pocket money. Your thing is giving out $115 weight belts. That's great for the kid that's getting it. But, like, I mean, unless pocket money has drastically changed in 2023, how are the kids going to be able to buy a Cody Rhodes weight belt for $115? Why aren't they making foam ones? That, like, you know, back in the day, it would have been made of foam, cheap stuff, cardboard, anything. $115, and that's not signed. They can't charge extra if it's signed then. They can't, surely. Doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Why doesn't he give out like little Cody tattoos, neck tattoos, so he could come down, slap it on a kid's neck, and then the kids could go to the stand and buy their own for $5? Can't get my breath. Mom, can I have a Cody weight belt? Go on then. How much? Forget it. You can have some nachos, that's it. $115, man. I mean, it looks decent quality. You know, it looks decent quality. I mean, it looks well made. But come on, WWE. Think about the... Tell you what, WWE, in every department, is forgetting about the kids. The kids will just have to settle for inferior, cheaper belts like Austin Theory did, said John. Kim said if Ciampa's heel run on the main roster, he would get more boos for sure. That heel turn on Johnny was legendary. It was really good. $5. A Pepsi's not even $5. Yeah, well, I'm a boomer. I still remember the old days. I went to London to catch up with the Wrestling Shop guys before Wrestling Shop Live. And obviously I put that toy hunt up whilst I was like there. And we went for a drink after. And they're great people. I know I keep saying it. I'm not just saying it. They genuinely are. I said this like 2 years ago, right? And I hadn't heard from them in a while. And I was like, you know, I ain't doing anything with them, right? There's no plans. But they are great people. Really nice. And we went for a drink after. It was like £6.50 a pint. £6.50 for a pint. I can't get... I don't understand. In a normal pub. A normal one. Not even like, you know, we weren't anywhere special. There was no special... I wasn't at a festival. I wasn't at Taylor Swift at Wembley. Right? Just a normal pub in London. £6.50. I couldn't. I remember going to a pub when I was like just 16. Yeah. Was I underage? Sure. But whatever. And went to a pub, and I remember like a pint of cider being £1.85. I wasn't in London, but I know that if I had £2, I could get a pint, right? Might not be the greatest thing they served, right? And it would be cider as well, because that a lot of people start with cider, right? So yeah, I had that for like £1.85. Now going to London, £6.50. Where does it end? Where does it end? Hey, £6.50 a pint. Go to the wrestling, $115 for a Cody Rhodes weight belt. No wonder the world's a mess. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Yeah, when I was 16, 5 years ago. That's what I'm saying. That's in just the past 5 years. I don't get why Gulak isn't pushed. He trained Austin for WrestleMania 38 with Vince and Logan for Roman, but he isn't treated like the technically gifted wrestler that he is. I think it comes down to age, size, look. I think his problem is that he is a technically gifted wrestler, but so is Chad Gable. And, you know, Gable is not pushed, is he? He's in a tag team, and he's always in a tag team. He was in a tag team with Robert Roode. He was in a tag team with Jason Jordan. He's in a tag team with Otis now. Like, he's the technical guy that's, I think, just not got a great look, not got a great size. He can talk, though. He's got a personality, but even that's not enough, you know? And Gulak, I mean, I don't even think Gulak's got the fun personality that Chad Gable has. So I think that's what's held him back and holds him back, unfortunately. It's hard, man. You know, you look around on that main roster and you've got the likes of, as we said, Brock, Roman. You've got Seth with his song and his wacky clothes and his cackle. You know, you've got all these larger-than-life personalities, personas. Sami killing it in the bloodline. Now you've got Kevin with his anger problems. Dominic with his mummy. Cody Rhodes, obviously, with his history, trying to finish the story. Like, for someone like Drew Gulak, it's just really hard to find a place. But his place at the moment is down in NXT, and he's doing training down there as well. Wait till Days blames Logan for inflation. Well, do you know what? I don't remember these problems until Logan came into WWE. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I'm fairly certain I could still get a pint for £1.85 before Logan came into WWE. A lot of people will blame Russia, the pandemic, right? They're wrong. It's Logan. If LA Knight won Money in the Bank, I can't imagine how insane the pop would be if his music cashed in on Roman, said Chris. Mitchell said, Seth appearing. I'm sure Days has a reaction stream ready. Mitchell, shout out to you. Chris said, Drew Gulak is a poor man's Enzo Amore. It's an interesting comparison. I'm shocked Days knows the price of anything. He never goes anywhere. Well, listen, I went down to London the other week and £6.50 a pint. I know that much. I know I don't have £6.50 in my account anymore. That one. I'll find out how much the prices are at Edgbaston tomorrow as well. Not looking forward to that. I am actually. I'm really looking forward to it. I might buy a cricket bat just because I can. I do get very excited when I go to places like, you know, if I go to WWE, because I don't go that often, if I go, it's like, oh my God, what have they got at the merch stand? I might buy a t-shirt, I might buy Bret Hart glasses. Bret Hart's not even there. I might buy a weight belt. Ah! I get all like super excited. So I am going to cricket tomorrow, and I might be like, Next time you see me, I might have the pads, or I might have the outfit. I might have a helmet. I might have wickets. I might have some wickets. Oh, I might be decked out in the full clobber. Days, you didn't finish my last super chat. Saw enough, mate. Saw enough. I got from it what I needed to. I moved on to cricket. I want to see a day's cover drive. Days will think he's Ben Stokes. How's that? I'm gonna give up this wrestling stream in Malarkey. I'm gonna become a international famous cricketer. It's my calling. It's what I was meant to be, guys. In the corner goes Sammy. Days is an indoor guy. Better for society. Sammy going for the pin on Damian Priest. So this is a 6-man tag match. Cody, Sammy, Kevin taking on the Judgment Day. England need a few early wickets. They do, man. They do. I'd say it's slight advantage Australia, I think. I mean, 170 odd runs for them. They've still got Kawaja in. There's still Travis Head to come. Which sounds a bit kinky. There's still Cameron Green as well. Cummins showed that he can get, 20, 30. Need to get Kawaja out. Need to get... If we had Head and Kawaja out, I'd be feeling a bit better. It's nervy, innit? I think it's slight advantage Australia, but that just might be the worried Englishman in me. Let me get this straight. Johnny is missing Raw in his hometown. That is unbelievably bad, says Daniela. Maybe you should cash in for a mid-card drink instead of £6.50. Tonight's stream is funny, interesting. After Retribution fairy tale story about the bodybuilding women body, me talking about having a good time with it. It's Kian, it's filth. That's what this is. Filth. K-pop lover says India wins cricket. Didn't win against England. Actually, didn't win against Australia, did they? They were in the World Test final. Australia managed to get past India. Undeniable India, one of the greatest cricketing nations. But right now, it's the Ashes. It's England. It's Australia. It's the old enemy. It's good. It's tense. Mitchell said, if you do the Macarena, I will call it even, says Mitchell. I don't know how to do it. I know it's like that. Something like that. But I don't actually know it. That song used to do my head in. That used to be on, we were talking the other day about like videos that used to get shown on music channels. I was talking about how Earth Song would always be played. Torn by Natalie Imbruglia would always be played. I remember the Crazy Frog. I remember Blue. Blue. Da ba dee da ba da. I remember the Spice Girls. They used to be on all the time. Every time they had a new song, you'd see Wonderwall sometimes. You'd see Don't Look Back in Anger sometimes. I remember Lucky Man by The Verve. There was a few that would be in rotation, like around 96, 97, that kind of timeline. One of the songs that I would see quite a lot are the two boomers in a white room. Hi. There'll be a lot of people that don't know that song. Couldn't escape it. I want to say the summer of 66. It was a dark summer. I call it the Logan Paul summer. And then I think you like have to jump over or something. Hey, Macarena. But I don't know it. That's the closest I can get. Crazy Frog. Crazy Frog was a ringtone. So back in the day, kids, before we had internet on our phones, the only thing that you could actually play around with wasn't going on the web or having an app. It was either Snake, which was a game where a little dot would go around and you'd have to try and eat a dot on screen. And every time you ate a dot on screen, your snake would get a bit bigger. And you had to make sure you didn't hit yourself. Because obviously, after a while, your snake's quite big and you're having to like try and avoid yourself as you're trying to get the next dot, right? That was Snake. Very popular. But the only other thing you could do is change your ringtone. So there was one that was called Crazy Frog. And it was literally like a ring ding 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 bow bow. Like it just made that kind of noise. And in the background was the ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba ba ring ring ba 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 da ba ba. And on the top you had this frog going a ring 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 ring. I can only like the way to describe it is, you know, when you hear a song on TikTok and it gets big, like that Cupid song, and it goes into the charts as a result. Well, we didn't have that back in the day. Back in the day, we had ringtones, and this Crazy Frog was everywhere, right? Everyone was like, oh, this is hysterical. Oh, have you seen the Crazy Frog? Oh. And it had a music video and everything. It like did well in the charts, and so they kept used to playing it on TV. It's awful. It's awful. I don't think that was 96. I don't think that was the summer of Logan. I think that was more like 99. The second summer of Logan. The return of Logan. Right, we are back from commercial break. Why did you take us back there, said Trini? I don't know, Trini. I just get asked questions and I panic. Clothesline by Sami. Finn Balor goes down. Owens is fired up. We got 7 minutes to go. Owens desperate to get the tag. He wants the hot tag. Sami trying to get over and make that tag. Sami kicks Finn Balor. In comes Dom Dom. In comes Kev Kev. Chopped by Kev Kev. Big strikes. Kicked to the midsection by Kev Kev. Dominic is down. Referee trying to get Kevin away. Crowd are hot, man. Crowd are hot. Clothesline to Dominic. Dominic goes down. He managed to wallop him from behind. Dominic gets thrown back into the ring. Kev's going after him. Dominic comes over. Kick coming in there by Kevin. Kevin goes back into the corner. Crotch chop. Kev. Oh, cannonball. Cannonball. 1, 2. Kick out by Dominic. Did you see Rhea's reaction after that cannonball? She was like, she was absolutely beside herself. A hero. It's emotionally taxing seeing your loved one get beaten up, says Corey Graves. Yeah, that cannonball, I mean, it broke Rhea's heart. It's a great reaction from Rhea. It's a great reaction. Can't believe it. So, right, Finn is in. Super kick by Kevin. Damian Priest fit in the Judgment Day because he wore purple before and he's a badass. Can we bring Football Days out of retirement? Sadly not, Michael. Sadly not. It's done. It was taking up a lot of time. It was fun. I enjoyed it. But this channel suffered. Because we just weren't putting out enough content, to be honest. Because my time was all used up with the football watch-alongs. Cody looking to springboard off. Inskuri kick. Damian down. 1, 2. Damian kicks out. Damian kicks out. Did you hear England side a new cricket player? He's called Sir Logan Paulson IV. He has a lot of money in the bank, if you know what I mean. I heard, actually. Yeah, I heard we signed him. Apparently he's going to play for us like a couple of times a year. Just get put straight into like the big teams, the big squads. Even though I don't know that he's actually played before. But I have heard that, yeah. Sami makes the save. Dominic has got Sami over the top to the outsides. Shot coming in. Wallops Dominic. Dominic falls into the arms of Rhea. Anna says the Macarena always gave me Agadoo vibes. Yes, they are very close, aren't they? Bedfellows. That kind of party sing-along. I'd imagine there's party albums you can get that have got both those tracks on. Yes. What was the other one? Sami. For some reason, Sami launched himself at Rhea. Oh, Cody Cutter. What? That'll do it too. Oh my God. Damian Priest kicks out of the Cody Cutter. Oh my God. I was convinced that was doing it. Cody Cutter. It was in. It was sweet. It was perfect. And Damian Priest kicks out. What I will say is that even though these matches don't have anything going for them, you can still provide moments that are interesting in the long term. So, you know, Priest kicking out of that just made Priest look like a monster. And if Dominic was to get the pin here, we could obviously use that as well. Dominic's on Cody, unloading on Cody. Was sick. I really thought we were done, man. Yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking of that song, you know, Superman, comb your hair, brush your teeth. That was another one of them kind of join in party songs. More party songs for kids, though, but I think it's still charted, that song, you know. Sami with a big boot to Dom's in trouble. Stunner. Oh, Dum down. Down. Damian Priest in trouble. Crossroads. Well, that's got to do it. I don't get the result, to be honest. I mean, they're three massive names, so even with the cheating, Judgment Day couldn't win. Because there was plenty of Rhea interference there. It's a win for Kevin, Sami, Cody. Crowd really into it. What's that sign about the Thunderdome? Oh, there's a Thunderdome fan sign. What's it say? Better not say I missed the Thunderdome. There's one that says safety. There's a sign that says safety meeting. What does that mean? I want to read the Thunderdome sign. Forever the Thunder Dope. Forever the Thunder Dope. What does that mean? Don't get it. Who's the Thunder Dope? That's pretty fun, though. Someone should have been called the Thunder Dope. The Thunder Dope in the Thunderdome. Did someone get called that and I just missed it? I don't remember anyone being called the Thunder Dope. I do like it, though. Someone has found a very good angle for the Thunderdome. The Thunder Dope. While I'm here, I'll ask. I asked about SummerSlam Money in the Bank. What about All in London? No word if it's a pay-per-view or a TV taping. Plus, I don't know if it conflicts with UFC. There's a lot of unknowns in there. Without knowing what day it's on, I don't know. And even what day it's on, what it conflicts with. I get asked that a lot, like, oh, you're doing this, you're doing that. I mean, outside of, like, WWE pay-per-views on a Saturday, it's like, I don't know. Because I don't know what it's conflicting with. Was anyone a fan of the Thunderdome? Was anyone a fan in the Thunderdome? That was fun, said AB Jobson. What do you mean, was anyone Did anyone in the chat appear in the Thunderdome? I was gonna go on, but one of the rules said you can't be doing any other sort of streaming at the time. So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna sacrifice the stream so that I can go into there. I would do both. I'd be on screen there and I'd be chatting to you lot at the same time as well. And I thought, oh, that could be kind of fun. But WWE already thought of it. And I don't want to be on their banned list. They had a banned list, didn't they, of like people that weren't allowed in. I don't want to be on their banned list. I don't want to get a reputation. Do you know what I mean? I was in the Thunderdome several times, said Jason. I think Thunderdope is the new AI wrestling champ, said Dad Stuff. Raw is an 8. What would you score it? I would go with... don't know. 6, 7, 5. I think it did go the way I was thinking. I was about a 7, and I don't think there's anything here that kind of maintained it. Hot crowd for the main events, right? Really great crowds and some nice little moments in there, but not anything that I needed to stick around for, to be honest. That match isn't something that's like, yeah, you need to see this match. You needed to watch this match. That's the kind of thing whereby, if you was going out for dinner and you had to skip the main event, what have you missed? Cody, Sami, and Kevin won against Judgment Day. I like Damian Priest kicking out of the Cody Cutter. That's cool. But I don't know. I would say not the strongest main event, even though the crowd loved it. There was no open challenge. That was a shame. I was looking forward to that Seth match. We got robbed of that. But they did it well. I like the Trish match. I like Becky coming in and, I don't know what that means for Raquel. Maybe Raquel snaps. Maybe Raquel does join up with Trish and Zoe. Perhaps this could be the catalyst for her joining that group for a bit and having a run with them for a bit. You could see that. Because I think she was meant to be in a team with Liv. Well, we can't do that now. So we got to do something else. So maybe what Becky just did could turn Raquel in that direction. So that could be interesting. That could have some repercussions. I like the TikTok thing. I like seeing Kaden and Katana. That was good. The Logan thing wasn't for me. I don't know what else we had, to be honest. Alpha Academy against Viking Raiders. Indus Sher against Cedric and Shelton. Ricochet, Nakamura. To be honest, the more I'm thinking, the more I'm going down. I'm probably maybe a 6-5. You see, the reason why I think it's important if a show's been... I don't think it's been a disaster. I think it's been fine. I've not been bored. I've had a lovely time. Had a great chat with you guys. So I'm certainly not down on it. But I think if a show is going to be like, yeah, that's really good. Really enjoyed that. It's a really good show. I do need to have a bit of a gap between other shows, I can't just go, yeah, everything's great. Everything's 8 out of 10. Everything's 9 out of 10. I think if there is a show where you go, well, do you know what? That match could have had a purpose. That match could have had a purpose. That match could have been better. That match, not really anything happened in it. Like, I think if you've got a show like that, for me, I think if I'm going to say that a show's like amazing and I've loved it, I need the score to reflect how much I enjoyed it compared to other shows. So I think, unfortunately, this is going to be one of those shows where I have to say that it's, for me, probably in the 6s. 6.25, 6.5. But not a 5 or a 4. I did not watch this show and regret watching it. I feel like there are talking points, which I always look for. So Logan being added to Money in the Bank, As much as I don't like it, it's a talking point, right? We can have a good conversation about it. We know the 6 women that are going to be in the ladder match. That's a talking point. We will have a conversation on it because I'm actually going to record a video on that next. And Seth getting taken out by Finn. It's a bit of a talking point, you know? It's a bit of a talking point. The Raquel situation. It's a bit of a talking point. So, yeah, it definitely gave me some things. So it made it worth watching. But as I said, equally, there was some stuff that I think we could agree could be a bit stronger, could have a bit more stipulations or reason for being. And I'll start with like a 6.5. 6.5. It's fair. £6.50 points out of 10. Yes. Yes. I'm going to score it as £6.50 points out of 10. Yes, Brenton, you called it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. You know, it's everything happens for a reason. I went to London. I got charged £6.50 for a pint. And then literally like the week later, I sit down and I watch Raw and it's a 6.5. And you're telling me that's a coincidence? I'm just going to have to hope that I don't go to London and get charged £10 because, well, if I do, at least then I can be like, oh my God, does this mean Raw is going to be a 10 out of 10? If I get charged £2.80, I'll be gutted. I'll be like, no! Charge me more! Charge me more! For the sake of WWE, charge. Someone needs to investigate that. There could be a real correlation between how much people get charged in pubs and how successful the show is. You might have stumbled onto something there. Daniela said, I really felt let down not seeing Johnny in his hometown. What do you think? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with Johnny, Candice, The Way, and all of that, right? I think that him not being shown in his hometown is a shame, right? But there's no point getting like a great reaction for him if you don't have anything to follow it up with. So he could have come out this week, could have got a great reaction. It's Johnny wrestling, could have had a match, been awesome, looked great. But then if you've got no plans and next week you don't see him, week after you don't see him, week after you don't see him, like there's no creative in place, you would look at it and go, is that TV time worth giving to Johnny? Because we could give it to someone that's in a feud right now that could do with that TV time, you know? So I'm a bit torn. I agree with you. I think what we should be doing is we should have Johnny, we should have The Way, and we should have creative. Right? That's what we should be doing. But we don't have those things. And so as a result, is it wrong he wasn't shown? If I was in that position, I might not show him either, because unless you can follow it up, unless you can really keep that momentum going, don't know that it's worth it. Don't know that it's worth it. He's a great wrestler. We'll be back in Cleveland. We'll be back. Is it Cleveland we were at? I don't know where we were. Wherever we were, we'll be back. So hopefully by the time we are, we'll have The Way. And obviously Tommaso's back. So I don't know. Are we waiting for Indy to get over her injury? She had an injury, didn't she? Maybe we're waiting for her. Maybe something's happened, like some personal things or something. Don't know. I mean, we've got Candice, we've got Johnny, we've got Dexter, and now we've got Tommaso back. Indy's been called up. Indy doesn't even need to be cleared because you can just do fun segments with her just in the background, you know? She could just be at ringside. Like, it's not really, I don't think we really need to wait for her. So there could be other stuff going on. I don't know. I agree. It's disappointing. But I think it's bigger than that as well. I think you need to have the creative to back it up. You mentioned it wasn't a 4. When was the last time you scored a 4? What was the lowest score for a TV taping you can recall? There has been a 4. There has been a 4. I can't tell you the date, though. I can't tell you when it was, and it's not been for a long time. I know the Thunderdome was rough. So if I was to guess, I would say it would be like a Thunderdome show. Wrestling without crowds is just not as good. Simple as that. Wrestling without a crowd is not as good. It's exciting at first because it's different. And then like you sort of go, yeah, I miss him. No, I need the crowds. It's similar with like when UFC put shows on in the Apex. You're like, this should be in front of a crowd. So I definitely miss them. Definitely miss the fans when they're not around. That's why I've had to have a word with myself about the Seth thing. But so, yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember the last time that we were down in like a 4 or 3 or something like that. But we have been there. We have done it. But to be honest, those types of shows, that's when, you know, in the chat right now, you'll see some 6s, there's some 7s, there's some 8s. You know, you'll see that. It's when a show is like, you look in the chat and people are like, this is garbage, man. You know, and like everyone's like, this is like a 3, 4. Yeah. So I kind of feel by and large, we're normally, well, roughly on the same page, you know? So really, when was the last time that the chat were like, this was garbage? And not just the odd person, but I'm talking the majority. It doesn't happen that often, to be honest. And it hasn't, certainly not happened under Triple H. Under Vince, it was maybe not as strong as it is now. Obviously, you had a lot more silly segments, a lot more rematches. So, yeah, and then, you know, you throw in like the lack of a crowd. I would say it'd probably be around that time. Something I should do really is maybe go back. I do worry that we do score it just a lot in the 7s. We do score it a lot in the 7s. But to be honest, I genuinely think that's where the shows tend to sit, is like 7, 6.75, 7.5. We're normally floating around there because really it's the same wrestlers, it's the same writers, it's the same show largely. I think that as a result, that's why you don't see a great variation. Sometimes if you get a big OMG moment, we go into the 8s. And sometimes if things just really don't hit, we can go down into like the 5s. But going into the 8s is rare and going into the 5s is rarer. So, yeah, not often. Was there ever an AEW show that got that low? I don't recall one being below a 5.75. Can't recall one. I can't recall one. I can't recall an AEW show ever getting like, you know, a 4 or a 3 or anything like really, really low. I would say the average, I don't know, actually. I don't know. That, again, I should really go back and look at some of the scores. I should go back and have a look at them, and because I think there was a misconception that I scored AEW quite low. I had people going, I've had people often say, why are you always so down on AEW? But I'm fairly sure I remember having a conversation with someone on a stream, and I remember making the point, actually, if you look at the past few months, this was like 2020, 2021. It's like, if you look at the past few months, I know for a fact consistently I've scored AEW higher than NXT. Do you remember when they were going head to head? I know there was a good run actually where AEW would get higher scores than NXT. But then I don't think NXT had been in a great place. You know, 2.0 and everything. I just didn't think it was a good time for NXT either. So some of those NXT scores might actually have been not brilliant. But that's all in the past. I think where we are right now is in a really good place. I think we're in a really good place. So even though this show might not have set my world on fire, I still think it was a solid show, and I still think it gave me what I needed really on a Monday night. Some talking points. And as I said, I'm going to go off to do one of those now. Santiago said, I literally fell asleep during Thunderdome era shows. My husband always laughs because the score is always a 6 or a 7, says Arlene. Yeah, I am aware of it. I think, though, it is just me being honest in the sense of I don't think they give us, like, OMG moments. I won't go into the 8s unless there's, like, an OMG, oh, my God, like, you know, this person's back or this person's just turned heel or, you know, there's something really big, really significant. Tommaso coming back's nice, but it doesn't get me into the 8s by any means. And really, that's the only thing I could say was OMG tonight. There's not really anything else. So, and a lot of their shows are like that. So really, that's why I never get into the 8s. But equally, I can't find tons about the show that I don't like. So that's why I never get into the 5s. I mean, I would need to get into the 8s. I need an OMG moment, right? And I need the rest of the show to be solid. To get into the 5s, I need everything to be really flat. I need to be bored. I need the matches to not matter. I need the crowd to be flat. I need not really many talking points. I need the show to be, I could have missed this. I could have skipped this. If I watch a show and I'm like, I just didn't get anything from that. I didn't get anything from that. Even if some of the matches were fine, right? Some of the matches were okay. It was fine. But I didn't need to watch it. There was nothing there. There was no OMG moments. I can't find any talking points. And it was just okay. It was there. That would probably be like the 5s. If the matches are then bad as well, then we're going into the 4s and the 3s, right? I would need to be actively offended to be down in the 1s and the 2s, right? To be in the 1s and the 2s, something would actually have to offend me. A little bit like Logan Paul. But, like, it's all bad. Everything's bad. I can't find, once you're in the 1s and the 2s, maybe even the 3s, at that point, we're having serious conversations about, can you tell me anything that was good about this show, right? That's 1s, 2s, 3s for me. 1s, 2s, 3s is, right, we need to have a conversation. Can we justify this being a 3? Because I can't find anything good. 4s and 5s are, could have skipped that show. There's nothing there. It's not offensive. But there's nothing there. But to be honest, I think SmackDown's, Raws, I think they are just all in the 7s and 6s and 7s. It's the same writers. They know how to structure a show. They know the superstars that are over. They know what works. It's not the same show all the time, but it's the same sort of show all the time. Which is fine, to be honest, because it's consistently at that kind of 6-7 range. And once in a blue moon, we go into the 8s, or even rarer, we go into the 5s. So, yeah, that's kind of how, in my mind, the scoring is sort of structured. So for this one, 6.5. I think that's fair. And for some people, it might be higher. For some people, it might be lower. I think your husband's right. We do give a lot of 6s and 7s in all fairness. Right. Cornette and Lass read over the rules for the Thunderdome, and it was crazy strict. Those shows weren't worth attending even virtually, in my opinion. Every match matters to the wrestlers. That's true. Eric, shout out to you. Sometimes I'm like, wow, that was boring, but you're like, it was fine. It could be a lot worse because you're a long-time fan, says Arlene. Yeah, maybe. I think if you're a long-time fan and you've maybe watched the wrestlers come through NXT and you maybe feel quite, not connected to them, but there's maybe just like some nuances. There's maybe some things that, like in that last match, for example, right? Some people might watch that and be like, this match didn't mean anything. Don't care, right? Don't care. To me, I can watch it. I can be like, well, I really like the crowd. Crowd are really good. They're really into that. That's, their excitement is at least making this match enjoy. If the crowd were flat, that match would have suffered a lot more. But then equally seeing like Rhea's reaction to Dominic, the way she was like so horrified, and the camera caught it. I was like, okay, that's nice. I like that moment. And then you see like Damian Priest get kick out of a Cody cutter. That's good for Priest. I know he still ends up losing the match eventually, but with a crossroads, but him kicking out of that Cody cutter just gives him a something. You know what I mean? Just gives him a something. Shows that if he had a match with Cody, Cody wouldn't be able to put him away straight away. So I think like if you are someone that watches a lot, I think maybe those kinds of things start to show themselves and maybe add to your, enjoyment. You can take them from the show. Whereas, like, maybe if you're just watching the show for what it is, I could understand. Like, if you don't watch all the time or whatever, I could understand you watching the show for what the show is and being like, boring, didn't need to watch it. Whereas I think if you watch on a more regular basis, some of those little nuances can tend to show themselves a little bit more and can then add to your enjoyment, if you will. But yeah, I don't disagree. I think the more you watch, probably the more you will get out of it. It's probably the same with everything in it, What's your thoughts on Bellingham going to Madrid? I love it, dude. It makes him the second best, most important person to come out of Stourbridge. I love that for him. I love that for him. I love that he is right in that conversation now. So, brilliant. Yeah, pleased for him. Really pleased for him. The crowd wasn't as loud and hyped for Tommaso as I thought they would be. Thoughts? We didn't do anything with Tommaso. Tommaso is someone that I respect and really like, and I think what he did in NXT was awesome. But what you do in NXT is in NXT. There is 500, 600,000 people that watch NXT. There's 1.8 million that watch the main roster. And a lot of kids that are getting into wrestling. I've said before, there's people getting into wrestling all the time. There will be people that watch Raw tonight that will never have seen Tommaso in NXT. So the only thing they can judge him off is when he was with The Miz. And some people might not even have seen that because he's been away for, I think he said 9 months. 9 months is quite a long time. Because again, you're talking about people that are coming in and leaving, fans coming and going all the time. There'll be people that haven't watched wrestling for a while that might have come back because of the bloodline, for example, that love what Roman's been doing, heard the hype, tuned in, it's maybe brought them back into wrestling. Well, they won't have watched NXT and they won't have seen Tommaso. This is why when we talk about Jay White, and a lot of people were talking about, no, he should come in, he should go after the title, he could beat Roman. It's like, whoa. How many people do you think watch New Japan? How many people do you think know who Jay White is? Like, there's a reason why Finn Balor and Nakamura and Kushida and Asuka all started down in NXT. So I'm not saying that Jay would have gone there. We could have put him straight to the main roster, but he might have gone to NXT first, in all fairness. He might have. They might have said to him, look, do 6 months in NXT. Let's get you over with the fan base. Let's get some, let's work out your gimmick. Let's see how you're going to fit into the WWE system. We'll do 6 months and then we'll bring you up big, main roster kind of, we'll go big. They could have said that. He might have said, no, thank you. I'm not interested in that. But I wouldn't have been surprised if they had have said that to Jay White. And I think the same with Tommaso. I think there are fans that are aware of him. And I think there was, a nice reaction for his return. But I think the vast majority are only going off what we've seen. And what we've seen is next to nothing. It's him and The Miz 9 months ago. What have you done for me lately? So we just haven't got started with Tommaso, and we ain't got started with Johnny. And there's a lot of people that are going to have to learn about him, find out about him, and I don't know. It'll be good. I mean, we will get to enjoy DIY and all that kind of stuff again. It does sort of feel like when you come to the main roster, you start again. It's weird in a way, because back in the day, if you was in FCW or if you was in OVW, whatever you did there, mostly no one knew what it was. No one was watching, right? Well, I can't say no one, but mainly no one. But now, because NXT is on USA Network and it's being watched by, more people than ever watched FCW, more people than ever watched OVW. So now it's being watched, like there's people that can watch the developmental talent, get connected with it, and then hopefully see their story continue on the main roster. I think what the truth is that the story begins again on the main roster. I don't know that it continues on the main roster. I think we have to start over because it's its own world developmental. So that's what I think. Imagine McIntyre returns. That would be sick. NXT wrestlers seem to have problems getting over on the main roster, said Justin. Sometimes they do, yeah. I think it's just difficult, innit? It's difficult because you can be a big fish in a small pond. But man, once you go up to that main roster, it is just a different world. And we've spoken so many times about it, about the difference between NXT and the main roster, and why, you know, Adam Cole being made the manager of Keith Lee would have been absolutely fine, because that's not what he would have done long term. It would have just been a way to have introduced him to the main roster, allowed him to get used to being on the road. You know, I mean, he's done being on the road, of course, but not with WWE, not in those kind of size arenas, not with that locker room, right? Not with trying to find your place on that card and getting comfortable and getting settled and traveling, you know, all over the USA and working that schedule. He's done it on the Indies. He's done it in Japan. He's got loads of experience of it, in all fairness. So that side of it, I think he would adapt to very quickly. Don't have a problem with that. But I think, you know, going from NXT, going from the Indies, going from Ring of Honor, even going from New Japan into the main roster of WWE, it's going from Little League to the MLB, right? It's going from college basketball into the NBA. It's different. It's just different. It's bigger. Everything's bigger. Everything's more complicated. It's a bigger machine. There's more fingers in that pie. Different venues, you know. I mean, if you go to NXT in that building, you know everyone that works there. You know where they're stationed. You know where their offices are. You know what time to get there. You know when the crowd come in. You know the layout of everything. You don't have to worry about trying to find the building. You just know it all. It becomes routine. Whereas all of that changes when you go to the main roster, because, you know, the venues are different. So the offices are going to be in different places. Get into these places you won't have been to before. It's so different. So yeah, they can struggle to get over, but I think sometimes we have to go through a period of introducing them again. And I think if you watch NXT, if you're like really into the product and you watch NXT, then I think you can struggle with allowing them to go through that process sometimes. People want to go and they want to go now, right? Go. Like, they were going to bring Adam Cole up as a Keith Lee's manager. Yeah, there was, right? And it would have been fine, right? Because eventually, right, quite quickly, I would imagine, not too long down the road, we would have started using him in ring and having him maybe as Keith Lee's tag partner or whatever. They've brought Tommaso up to work with the Miz. Yeah, they have. They've brought Tommaso up to work with the Miz. Do you know why? Because the Miz can show him the ropes. Miz can show him the ropes. He can get settled. He can get his feet under the table. And then guess what? He'll probably turn on him. And then we'll probably get a feud. Didn't play out that way. He picked up an injury. And it looks like we're ready to go with him now. But yeah, I think that there has to be that process of like settling down, settling in. And then boom, you know, we go from there. And I think that, you know, that's what we're going through with Johnny. It's what we've gone through with a lot of people. So... And eventually they find something that works. They find a feud. They find a rhythm. They get some creative. And, you know, then we can get up and running, can't we? So, listen, I've already stuck around about 15 minutes longer than I was going to, right? Because I just give. I'm a giving person. But I need to go and give some more because I need to go and record a video now. Appreciate the support as always, guys. I hope you enjoyed Raw. I think we had a good little chat about it. And as I said, I hope you got something from it. Appreciate you joining us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT, for our NXT watch along. Tomorrow should be extra fun because I am going the cricket tomorrow because cricket's amazing, right? It's a GOAT sport. And England could win, so I could be in great spirits. England could lose. I could be in horrific spirits, right? But I will undoubtedly be absolutely knackered because, well, I'm spending the day out at the cricket. And so I don't know when I'm going to get a chance to sleep, to be honest. So, and I've got wrestling escape pods. I'm going to be a mess. I already know I'm going to be a mess. Because by the time I get back from cricket, it's probably going to be a good 6, 7 o'clock. Then I'm streaming at 11. So I'm only going to get a few hours. The things we do, eh? And then I'm going to get charged £6.50 for a pint. You watch! Right. Appreciate the support. We're back tomorrow. NXT. Seth Rollins against Bron Breakker for the world title. We all know who's going to win. But should still be fun. And rest of the show looks pretty good as well. So should be a good stream. Appreciate the support. Have a great 24 hours doing whatever you're doing. Come on, England. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.